Hey. What is going on?
Open up the floodgates!
Well, look at that timing. Hello. Married to gaming. 34 months via Twitch Prime. What's happening? What a way to start the night. Thank you very much for that. Welcome. How's it going, Married? Mondays, what's happening? Audiophile, hello. Hugo, hello. Miller, what's up? Kid, hello. Zenblade, hi. Pseudo, Juan, Tex. Hey, everybody. What's happening? Let's do some stuff with the deals here. What's up, Linux? Oh, hold on. I got to fix this. There, that's better. Feckle, what's going on? So tonight I just wanted to kind of give an overview of how I do the lighting and stuff like that. And then if you have any questions or are curious about any of this stuff, then feel free to ask and I can tell you all about it. But I figured since With No One Else is one of the songs that has, I know for sure I need to fix some stuff on it. I figure why not just kind of fix it, and then I'll show you what I do to fix it. Well, not fix it. I'm just going to change some stuff around. And then while I'm doing that, I can show you kind of how that stuff works. So here's the DAW. So this is With No One Else. There's that piano part that starts and the song starts. As you can see here, here's the cam track. And I've muted that because I don't want it to change cams while we're doing playback on any of this stuff. What's up, Box? How you doing? And then as you can see, here's the lights. Now, I use this thing called Bohm Network, and I connect to my PCs that way. And that's how they all communicate on the network. And then inside of Reaper here, I can go to my input-output, and I send this out to the lighting PC, and I send it to channel 2 on the lighting PC. So this is a MIDI. This is MIDI, and then as the song is playing, these MIDI notes are triggering, which I recorded in Reaper. And then those MIDI notes are sending out to the lighting PC, which is here. This is the lighting PC. And they come on in. And let's see. Let's, for instance, go ahead and just start playback here. And you can kind of see it in action. And then you'll see on the... Then you can see on the TV what's happening here. So you can see it's each one of those MIDI notes here. As it's triggering, is going out to the lighting PC there. It's kind of hot. Anyway, what's up, Harlow? Hugo, what's going on? Gio, what's happening? Show live. Hello, Goose. Welcome back. So that's what the lights are doing. And then, oh yeah, you're looking at the lighting piece right now. I thought we were looking at the thing. Yeah. So triggering here, sending over to the lighting PC. Let's go over to the lighting PC. So I know that, I'm going to turn these off real quick. And this is the between songs. This is just the strobe that is going, when we're doing things. Here's some fog. I also have these set up. So if you right click on these, you can see triggering. Or shortcuts, and then you can see keyboard mapping right here. I can edit the keyboard mapping, and you can see that's number pad 2 is what that's set to. And then when I hit number pad 2, turns it off and on. Simple as that. But then also for like my actual triggers, you can see like edit MIDI mapping, and you can see here when a note comes in on channel 1 and it's note number 62, a velocity of 1, that turns the cue on. And if you have this flash signal here. If we go into edit, let's say for bright. Oh, that is bright. So let's maybe edit purple. There we go. It's a little less bright. You can go over here and you can tell it whether you want it to be flash mode. And so flash mode will be like, if flash mode is on, that means if it's receiving the signal of the note, it's on. And if it's not receiving the signal, it's off. So you can have it trigger so it turns on and just stays on, or you can have it trigger so it only is on if the actual MIDI note's hitting. And when I first started doing the lighting, let's kill the title. I I would do it to where it just triggered the cues. And that was just taking so long that it was just an absolute nightmare to try to like do the timing and all this stuff. And then I realized, oh, if I do flash, I could play a keyboard like drums to the beat, and then it'll just be on when the keyboard is striking. And that made it much better, much faster. And that's how I do it now. But you've got all these settings over here too. Like you can have how long it fades in. You can have if like other lights turning on will turn it on and off. If it'll turn other lights on and off, depending on where it hits. So like fog, for instance, it is protected from release. So even if the whole show is going and like it's telling it to turn the lights off for like a given part of the song, if I've cued the fog will just stay on because it's protected from release by clicking that checkbox. And so there's just all these little options in here that you can do to like control the lights and stuff. To set it all up, you have what's called a Dmx Universe, and there's 512 channels that you can use for Dmx Universe. And these are all my individual lights here. And like, oh God, I don't know what I'm doing right now. I hope I'm not changing anything. But you basically say like, I'm going to put a new patch in. You say what number of notes, and then it puts it on the next available one. And then you have to go around to each of the lights, and the lights have a menu in them, and you assign what channel the light is. So for instance, this strobe is channels 8, 9, 10, and 11. And so then I go to the strobe and I put it in 4-channel mode, and then I say the first channel is 8. So then it knows that it's taking up, it's 3 channels. So it's 8, 9, and 10. So it's taking up the 3 channels. And then I can go over here to edit and say flash strobe here. I can now select this strobe, and then I can turn it up and down. I can make it an actual strobing effect if I want to. And then I can, edit it in pretty much any way I want. Right now it's being edited by these. I just won't save this when I'm done editing it. Is this in my DMX or something else to control the light? Yes, this is my DMX 3.0. So ADJ, which makes my lights, great light manufacturer, by the way, really high quality lights. They make this piece of software called My DMX 3.0, and that's how you control it all. And it comes with a little box, and the USB cable plugs into the computer and then plugs into the box. And then there's like an XLR type output from that box that goes to your first light. And then you connect all your lights via these XLR light cables. Like light cable and microphone cable are different. I don't know what's different about them, but they are different. And you only want to use a lighting cable for actual DMX lighting because it's the way, and it has like little arrows on it. Like it's like directional. So you don't want to be going forward and backward with different lights and stuff. And then you want to terminate it at the end. It's got this little terminator deal. It just looks like basically a plug, like an XLR plug with no cable on it. And it terminates the signal once you're to your last light. And so they're all plugged daisy chained up. And then they all have their DMX address. And then you can come in here and assign anything you want. So for instance, let's see if real-time practical use, if we are in the Reaper software right now, the audio stuff, and we go here, I believe, let's see. Oh, so that is not the chorus. This is the chorus. So check it out. So you can see that in this chorus, there's this long trigger, and then there's this long trigger, and then you have like, these are on the beat. Oh, and I'm in edit mode on the lighting software too. So let me take us out of edit mode so it'll actually trigger these in real time. Let's see, play. I can't do this all by myself. I want you. I'm gonna stop it for a second, get some fog going so we can actually see what's happening here. DMX cables have 2 pins flipped versus audio XLR, if I recall right. That could totally be it. And some DMX do have 5-pin instead of 3. Actually, my fog machine is 5-pin DMX, which is super funny because it actually doesn't, from what I understand, the vast majority of DMX lighting doesn't use 5 pins. It only uses the 3, but I guess when they were making those types of DMX connections, they allowed 2 more connections just in case they were needed, but they actually don't even use those. They're just dead cables. But yeah, some of them do have the 5-pin, and my fog machine does have the 5-pin, so I had to get a couple adapters so I could adapt into the 5-pin for the fog machine, and then all the others are 3-pin. I do believe what's going on. The most anticipated stream. Is Is the lighting PC another physical computer, or just an app in your main computer? They're all different. Yeah, they're all physical PCs. I've got the audio PC, the lighting PC, the video PC, the streaming PC, and the and the other video PC for the Matrix camera. I was like, what's the other one? It's like, that one's new. I forget about it. But yeah, so I have them all independent. You could probably do most of what I do on one computer. I started with one computer, so you could absolutely do it with one computer. I mean, I didn't start with DMX lighting and all that other stuff, so I don't know how far you could get technically, like literally how far you could get, but you could definitely do a lot of the stuff that I'm doing on one PC. And I started on one PC, but I just found over time that, I mean, it's just, there's just so much risk of failure. You know, the more processing you're using in real time, the more software you're using, the more stuff you're installing and updating and changing and uninstalling, and the more it just gets cluttered and a mess. And I just, over time, I was just like, you know, it'd be nice if stuff was just dedicated. And so then I, like, what did I do first? The first thing was I updated my, what did I do first? I started with a Hackintosh, and that was a mess because like an hour into the stream, it would start to get out of sync. And then I changed the Hackintosh into a Windows PC, and that became my streaming PC. And then I built, God, it's all kind of blurry. I built a gaming PC. I know I built a gaming PC in 2015, like late 2015 or early 2016. I built a gaming PC that also served, I think, as the audio PC. And then I used the streaming PC as the video PC as well. Like the stream PC was the video PC, and then the audio PC was its own thing, and it also served as a gaming PC. And then I didn't have any lights or anything. I just sent out to another monitor, and then I did like little light shows on the monitors. And so that kind of serves, so like the audio PC was the lighting PC kind of, and then the streaming PC was the video PC. And then I got to a point where I had so many cameras and I had so many issues with crashing and trying to like run all the cameras and stream from the same PC. It was just not working out. So then I dedicated the streaming PC just to streaming, and then I got a video PC. And the video PC was the gaming PC, and then I had a dedicated audio PC as well. And then from there it went to the lighting PC. I got a dedicated lighting PC, and now I've added the dedicated Matrix camera PC, and that's the newest one that I built earlier this year. I think I got a 30. I think I got a 30. What was it, like a? Oh man, I'd have to look. God, there's so many CPUs out there now. Like I don't even remember. I was just like, it's not crazy. It's like one of like the entry to mid-level AMD Ryzens. It's like a Ryzen 2. And I wish I remembered the number. I think it's like I think it's the entry 6 core. That's what I think it is. I think it's the first level 6 core of the Ryzen 5. Yeah. And now I'm getting like i3, i5, i7, i9 mixed up in it too. So I can't remember, but I'll have to look it up. But anyway, I just needed to be able to run like the 11 USB cameras. I was hoping to run 16 USB cameras on that computer, and then I couldn't get above 11. Like it just tapped out. And I don't know if it's like having to do with the streams or the invent coding, or I don't know what it is. USB cameras are still one of those things that are just, all these years later, I'm still just perplexed by USB and how it runs. And like, I still, just like the early days, basically just do a trial and error of like plugging and unplugging stuff to try to get it to work. So that's kind of just how it's gone. But yeah. So it's like, if you're looking to get into streaming and you're thinking like, oh no, I can't get 5 PCs, that's out of the question. You know, just do what you can. Like use the PC that you have and just try to get as much out of it as you can. Cause I didn't start with 5. I started with 1, and then I, slowly over time, baby steps, just do what you can and just get moving and start doing stuff. And then over time you can improve and upgrade stuff as you go along. But I mean, I still say it. I love saying it all the time. I still use my 3820. My 2012 3820 is my lighting PC now, and I'm stoked. I still have hardware from like 8 years ago. It's amazing. It's just incredible that we have hardware that lasts that long now. But yeah, just use what you can and just get moving. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, the Matrix Cam thing, USB stuff. Anyway, I guess that's all I was going to say about that. So we're on the audio PC. Oh yeah, I wanted to catch up on chat real quick. got Volin told to write a program 52 moving fixture system for one of the event spaces, and that's where I learned basically everything at DMX. That's a lot of fixtures. Holy moly. That is quite a project. Man. PUBG days, that's right. 2600, 3600. Maybe a 3600? Maybe. I think it's a 3600, yeah. What's up for? USB cameras are so inconsistent. Yeah, it's unfortunate. You know, the ones that I got for the Matrix camera are actually really great. They save their settings. I don't use a like a proprietary driver deal. It's just like the Windows driver for the settings, and they save the settings. So there's no issues there. And every single time, knock on wood, I've started up the stream for the music streams. Since I came back, they start right up. All 11 of them, no issues. So that's been so great. Like, I was really concerned that was going to become my biggest rage-inducing thing, was dealing with these 11 USB cameras on this computer and just having to troubleshoot that for an hour before every show or whatnot. And it's actually been the cleanest. It's actually surprisingly been like the cleanest part of the setup. So I'm super stoked about that. It's been really great. So what I did here was basically a kick and snare beat, super simple song, and just what these long notes are. Like I said, I at some point discovered flash mode for the lighting PC. And so what the long notes are right here is pocket prep, and it's on flash. So as long as the note is being received by the lighting PC. So if you're holding a long note, it will hold it on. And as soon as you release the note in the audio software, it will stop sending the signal to the lighting PC and it will shut down the cue, as opposed to latching it and turning it on and off depending on the triggering and all that stuff. So I'll turn these off. And so what this is, let me get some fog going. So pocket prep and POC prep, it looks like, are the ones that are doing right here. And so what it does is, without turning the lights on, it takes I have four Pocket Pros, ADJ Pocket Pros. I have four of those, stage left, stage right, front and center, or front and sides, I guess. And it prepares them to be turned on. So rather than like turning them on and then you see them move because they're moving headlights, this preps them first. So it moves them into position. And then when you hit those little notes, those long notes have them in their positions, and then those little notes just turn the lights on and off. So it's basically just a simple kind of stabby on-off thing. Now, what I want to do, I don't really want to change the cues on this. I just want to move the lights, the preparation for the pockets where they're pointed. I want to move that. So what I'll do is go into edit and let's get some more fog. Just trying to think, because I'm using a KVM. I should have hooked up another keyboard and mouse for this, but live and learn, maybe next time. Okay, so POC prep I know is one of them. And you obviously can't see it because it doesn't turn on, but I hear them move when I do that. Pocket prep, I think it's this one. Now, what I'll do for the purposes of the demonstration is I will just go ahead and turn them on so you can see them behind me. Yeah, you can see them behind me there, turned on. Here, let me get my camera, or make this view a little bit bigger. I didn't want to block any of the screen when I was showing you this stuff, so I made my camera really small. But here, let's make it a little bigger here. Okay, so you can see the Pocket Pros are now on. We'll just cut it off for a second. And what I want to do is just move all the Pocket Pros so that they're. Is that really right? Oh, so I didn't even know that's how they were doing it. Okay, cool. So I want them to all be on me, because this room is so dark now with everything being black. It absorbs all the light and there's not much reflection of light. And this is the first song that I really noticed it doing that. So what I'm going to do is select. Okay, you got me. All right. So I'm going to select these two Pocket Pros here. And I'm going to go to the palette. And so on my Dmx 3.0, it's really cool. You have each individual fader that you can mess with stuff. And you can see I rose the light up by doing that. But then you have what's called the palette. So I could move the lights side to side by using these sliders, but they have the palette in here. And so you can actually move the lights around. You can see them moving around behind me now as I move this around. And it's really cool. So you can really pinpoint where you want to go by moving this little deal around. It's really cool graphic interface. I really like it. I've really enjoyed using the palette interface. But so what I'm going to do is first, I'm going to take this Pocket Pro, and this is just for the prep light. So I'm going to move it so it's pointing at me when I'm on stage. Okay, that's pretty good there. And then so move it up a little bit more. I think it's opposite. You go down and then the light moves up. Yeah. Okay, that'll be shining on my mid area, and then we'll do that the same with this stage right one. And you can see this over here. Oh, I'm blocking it. Let me see. I didn't want to block the screen here for you guys. Oh, whoops, I'm on the wrong computer. It's also cool because you have your light layout. Here, right here is good. You have your light layout. You have your light layout over here. So these are the strobes in the hexagon pattern back there in the ring. And then you have the 4 Pocket Pros that we're working with right now. There are 2 sweeper beams, those ones that have the like straight line down beams that sweep. And then these are the ultra bars, which are they're more like floodlights. They're kind of like, typically they're used like in a big like conference room. They would be all against the walls and they'd be like lighting like drapes or something, or like lighting the walls, like whatever color, but they're a nice like floodlight. They kind of just flood wherever you are. I'm thinking of like, maybe for the time being, at some point, I'd like to add a couple more lights to add some like ambient lighting that are just purpose built for the ambient lighting. But I'm thinking for the time being, I might just kind of like flood these out a little bit, kind of just whenever I'm playing a song, just so that we have a little bit more ambient light in the room, and then let the other lights do their thing during the songs. Cause it's just, I don't want that like epileptic kind of like blasting and then pitch black and blasting and pitch black. I'm not digging that. So we're gonna have to address that, and I think we'll address that with those. Anyway, I digress. So we'll take this other Pocket Pro here. We got it selected. So that's up and down. I'm gonna move it over to where I am. Okay, so that'll be on my mid area, and then these 2 I'll put up at the microphone. And this one I'll put up at the microphone. There we go. Cool. And now what I'm going to do, since these are just the prep light, I'm going to take I'll go back to the faders for this, and I'm going to just turn the faders off. Turn the shutter. I think that's called shutter. It's like, there's like the fader of how powerful the light is, and then there's like the shutter of actually having the light on at all. And that is good there. And then I'll save this. And so now if we just play the song from there, if I go back to live view, and now if we just play it, we should hopefully see.
I can do this all by myself.
Oh, that's kind of cool. What's actually happened is so these long lines now, those long bars are the prep that we just affected. So we just affected that prep, but those short bars, they don't just turn the lights on, they actually move the lights as well. So now the kick and snare don't just flash on and off with the prep. So here's what it is. Here's what's interesting about this kind of stuff. So like the motors, I don't know how the firmware works in these lights, but that the long lines are prepping the lights to be where they were going to turn on. But the short lights are based upon the original prep. So when those short bursts hit, you see those little tiny lines, when they hit, they're trying to go back to that original position. And so what they're doing is they're sort of like ramping to go to that original position, but they're actually moving in this time with like the kick and snare. And then they're coming back to that prep position that we just changed it to. So what we could do is go in, and I could look at where the faders are on the prep and then go into the stab, and I could move the faders to the same place on the stab so the lights don't move at all, and then they just turn on during that point. Or I could leave them like this. And honestly, seeing it now in like real time playing,
I can do this all by myself.
I kind of like it. I kind of think it looks cool. We'll have to see how it looks when I actually do it. But That's kind of neat. It's like got this little like movement. And you know, it's funny because I played this on the keyboard. I didn't quantize it and I didn't edit it at all. So like you can see here, these long notes I just put out, but then I actually played the song and I hit record on the keyboard, and on the keyboard I was going dook, 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 just playing along. And then you can see like here I did longer of it. I was like holding it a little bit longer. And then you can see in real time when it's actually playing, like the lights go farther to the other cue. And so it's like they're actually kind of behaving almost like organically in this weird way. It's like those are the little things that you just kind of have to like, it depends on what you want, you know, because it's like I kind of just roll with it. I like to kind of like those little happy little accidents, as Bob Ross would say. I kind of like just roll with those. And when that kind of stuff happens, I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. I wasn't even planning on that. And then like it moves a little bit more for a couple of hits and it comes back and stuff like that. So I think that's cool. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could go in here and I could actually quantize all of these individual beats and make them all exactly, you know, stringently, perfectly of what they were and all that stuff. But I don't know. I kind of like just letting them play around a little bit and seeming a little bit more wily, you know. That's kind of how I roll with it. But to each their own. Everybody else is going to have a different method for that. I mean, that's kind of where the lighting stuff comes from. I mean, the DMX lighting stuff is really interesting. I've said this before. I'll say it again. There are so many resources online for video stuff, camera stuff, for streaming, for audio production. There's so many resources, so many videos, so many people doing tutorials and stuff like that. And it is so weird that there's not that same sort of enthusiasm for like educational help materials for lighting and DMX stuff. It was almost impossible for me to find any information on what I wanted to do. I found one dude named Joe on YouTube, and he was talking about like my DMX like 2.0 or something, and he was giving a little like overview of it, and I was like, yeah, I guess I'll go with that, because I mean like there was nothing else, and I knew that ADJ made the lights, and the lights are really good, and so I ended up there was no like forum or any place to go for information. They actually had a Facebook group, and you had to ask to join the Facebook group, and then a couple days later they let you in, and then if you have issues and stuff, you just have to ask a question on their Facebook wall and then hope that somebody sees it and like answers the question. And luckily I did run into some issues, and I did post on their wall, and some people answered. And then like within a couple of days that was gone from other people's questions. And like the search feature on Facebook, at least at the time when I was learning this stuff, it was basically non-existent. So it's like all these amazingly invaluable, you know, responses to all these questions people had were just gone. so it's like this little nugget of like knowledge is in there, and hopefully people that are into it are hanging out and see your question and answer it, and you get what you need. Because there were a couple brick walls I ran into when I was doing Album Unknown, because Album Unknown was the first one that I actually started programming DMX to, and there were a couple things where I was like, I don't know what to do in this situation, and I hit them up on the board, and they were like, oh yeah, just do this. Like within a couple hours, I was like, oh my god, thank you so much. It's like, well, at least I'm glad somebody saw that question, because who knows what else, because there's no searchable places anywhere. And then DMX is also really weird because there's some softwares like this. I think, gosh, I can't remember the price offhand. It was a couple hundred. I want to say it was a couple hundred, because like I think the box itself, the software comes with the box, and it was like, I don't know, like $249 or something like that to get the box and the software. And I was like, you know, that seems reasonable for like entry level DMX software. And then there's other softwares for DMX that are like $1,200, $1,500. And so it's just like the audio world or the video world in terms of like solutions, but you can't, it's like, you can't tell what one you should go for, or like what the value proposition is, or what these things are worth, because there's just no information anywhere on any of this stuff. I mean, there's like some marketing materials and some like, you know, ads and stuff like that, but there's nobody like on YouTube. I mean, there may be now. I mean, it could have changed. I mean, this was like, what is it? Like at least 3 years ago since I got into DMX, and I haven't really, I'm pretty familiar with my DMX 3.0 now. So I haven't really been online to see if there's any new information out there. But when I was getting into it 3 years ago, it was pretty much non-existent. So maybe there's more information now. And if you're looking for a different solution, there might be more stuff on there to find. But I feel really, really lucky that I ran into my DMX, because it's worked really well. I mean, there have been little things here and there, but they had an update in April of last year, and I updated to that. And since then, I mean, I've had great luck. There was one time I was doing Album Unknown, and I think I lost. It was super frustrating because I think I lost like 6 hours of work or something like that. I had been saving, but like I hadn't been saving backups of the save file, and there was like some sort of fatal error that screwed up the file itself, and I lost like almost at least over half a day's work. And that was super frustrating, especially when you're learning. So it's like, you know, you're going slow, you know, because you don't have that speed yet, and so it was doubly bummer. But at least I had already, you know, learned a lot of the stuff, so going back and redoing the Album Unknown stuff wasn't so bad, but it was a bummer. But I haven't had any issues like that since their most recent update, so I could definitely wholeheartedly recommend my Dmx 3.0. It's a great piece of software. What's up, Gaflag? What's up, other? Everyone I had to learn lighting from in real life was a little loony. Banging your head against the wall for months learning it. What learning what? Are you talking to? Wait, yeah. What are you talking? Shit, my head halfway through the razor broke. Now I got to buy a new one with a cap on my head. Oh man. Some lights have a physical shutter, which is where that term comes from. Ah, yeah, totally. Gotcha. And so they're just on, and then the shutter opens up, and then they're on. Is what you're saying. And then the dimmer is how bright they are. Yeah, I have not used any incandescents. We had those at my last job, and I was like, I do not want that heat anywhere near me. I mean, is that right? Incandescent, is that the right word? Or is it it's a different word, isn't it? I can't remember. I think it's a different word than incandescent, but you know, the real lights, like the actual, you know, the lights, the old stage lights from back in the day before LEDs. All of my stuff is LEDs. Practicals? Yeah, I guess practicals. No, not halogen. Maybe it is incandescent. Practicals. Maybe it is practicals. I feel like there was one other word that was like, it's like a word for like the actual heat creating. Yeah, parcans. That's what it is. Parcans. We used to use 1,000-watt ray kits and par 64 cans. 90 of them? Holy moly. That is insane. Is the lighting director for Paramore. He started moving headlights with one of my bands years ago. Oh, that's awesome. That is absolutely awesome. Good flag. Cyberpunk got a 9 gigabit update on PC. Did they patch more FPS in or what? That is a pretty big update. Sounds like they're working hard. Yeah, that's I've been following that situation a little bit. That's yeah, I don't know. It's unfortunate. I feel bad for all the console players that were really looking forward to playing that game. It's too bad. But, you know, that's how it goes, I guess. What's up, Alec Mayer? What's going on? Some more valuable feedback, totally. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think I've ever heard of the PlayStation Store offering like a store-wide refund and then taking the game off. Yeah. We used to use Parcans and like gels and stuff. It was cool. Yeah, I was a total noob, and I was thinking like more was better when I first started with the DMX stuff. So I got a bunch of like just on-off LEDs, like these little like spots, these tiny little spots. They were like $11 each. And then I got some dimmers, not realizing that dimmers are for like actual lights, not for LEDs, because LEDs are basically on or off. And so then I had to get this like goofy adapter that was like another thing. It was like another fringe thing that it's like, I'm lucky that I happened to go to the right Google search result to even learn that they had these adapters that you could plug into dimmers and at least turn them into on-offs, which is just like unreal. I mean, it didn't on-off them. There was some dimming, but then like if you got down to a certain point, they started like blinking, and you know, if you would just plug them into the dimmer, it just wouldn't really work at all. Like, I don't even know if they would turn on. Like, it was just a mess. But then you got this, like, there was like this adapter for like $20 for like one adapter. And you could, I didn't want to buy like, you know, I had like a bunch of these little lights. I didn't want to buy a ton of these adapters. It would have defeated the whole purpose of the whole situation. You know, I wanted to have a cost-effective access to more spots. But if you remember, it was the second version of the Studio. It was when I had it kind of like in the room, and I had broken the box out, and the two walls of the box were like the back lighting. And then I had the floor of the box as like this little square stage. And then I had these spots all around the edge of the box, or all around the edge of the floor of the stage. And yeah, they were just these little LED spots. And then I had those plugged into dimmers. So I got one adapter for 4 lights. So I had 16 of those. And then I would plug 4 of those into one of those adapters. And then it would basically, they'd be on and off spots pretty much. What's up, Necro? What's up, Jack? Playing it on PS4. It's not actually unplayable. Well, that's good to hear. I had seen some footage that didn't look promising, but I mean, if it's playable, then that's all that matters. I mean, some of the PC footage I've seen is just amazing looking, but if it's fun, then there you go. And they knew that. Yeah, it's a bummer. The whole thing's kind of a bummer. I've seen people plug their cell phones into dimmer packs. What? What would be the intention of that? Manually pressing buttons. Live showing he's going with all the crazy polyrhythms. Oh my God, that's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, that's what it is. I remember the first time I played with lighting, my dad was doing a show and like I kind of just, they kind of had like just a light set up there with dimmers and no one was manning it. They kind of just put it there. And I was just like, what's going on with this thing? And then like I started doing that and I did like a manual because I knew all the songs and stuff. So like I did like a little manual deal with the faders and it was actually really fun. Like it's really creative to like do lighting, especially if like you're really synced with the band and you know what you're doing and like, you know, you don't, if not all the stuff is programmed and whatnot. I mean, it really is like an art. There is an art to it for sure. Yeah, I could totally see how it would be a really sweet job. Totally. I just think of Prince's lighting dude. He was like God, everybody associated with that guy was like the caricature of what you would think of like people in that world, just like that super pinnacle top tier professionals in that world. Like they live it, you know? And it's just, yeah, I just remember him coming in, like his lighting engineer came out and his lighting engineer looked like a rock star. And then like when he did all the lighting tests and like all the, like they had these giant Meyer spots. I mean, these things were made like for stadiums and they were in this tiny little club that I helped load for. And then like when he turned everything on, it was just like, and everything went like right to the stage and everything just moved and these beams were just like, and I was just like, oh my God. Oh, it was so awesome. That was super cool. That was so cool. Yes, they are heavy. I remember how heavy they are. The heaviest thing was the light walls though. The light walls on those racks must have been thousands of pounds. And I was the guy at the bottom. It was not cool going down that ramp of that semi. I mean, I'm telling you, if there would have been, oh my God, death, pure death, end of life. That's what that would have been. God, those things were heavy, man. He had 2 semis of gear that we put in that small little club that held 800 people. So insane. Does my DMX handle MIDI CC messages or just no on off? Well, let's see here. So if we go into edit mode and we go into, oh yeah, you have to do it from the live scene. It's funny. You have to change the editing stuff from the live scene, from the live part. So edit MIDI mapping. So you can do MIDI in, you can do note on, control change, program change, no off or no on and off. Does that answer your question? And then you can tell it the channel, you can tell it the number, and then you can tell it the velocity. Enable no off and velocity value 0, feedback when data received. And then you can do a MIDI out as well. And what's really cool is it just listens. So like for all the MIDI stuff, at first, back when I was doing Album Unknown, I wasn't using a keyboard to like trigger anything. So I was actually doing everything manually, and I was like looking at my, looking at what Reaper was, and like what note it was in velocity, and then I was typing in the velocity and stuff like that. And then I discovered after a year or two of doing it that way, and I started thinking about playing it like the keyboard and like playing it with the song, playing it to the beat and stuff. Then I discovered that you could literally just right click on it and do triggering or shortcuts and do edit MIDI mapping. And then you just hit the MIDI key and then it would fill out all the information, just trigger all the information. It would just fill it out automatically. And I was like, dude, like seriously, come on. Live and learn. What's up, Aunt Funny? What I'm using now only does node on off, which makes smooth fading directed by MIDI a pain. Smooth fading directed by MIDI. That is a good idea. That is a really, really good idea. Yeah, you could control it so much better that way if you did it directly from Reaper for the fading as well. Because what I do for fading right now typically is, for instance, if we go to edit, let me think of something like a sweeper. No, where's one that I do that? Well, here you can see a fade. I actually program the fade in, and then when it turns off, it takes, that long to fade out. And we're on edit now, so it's not doing it for real now. But like, for instance, what was that? That was bright. Oh yeah, so if I turn that off and then I go hit bright. Okay, so I've hit it, and now you can see it's fading out as it's actually fading out in real time. This is the very end of glitch in the times, that very last like burst. And so you can see it just fading out now, and that was a time setting that I did as opposed to MIDI. So nothing's triggering this right now. It's the setting in the actual cue that faded it out over 20 seconds, something like that. Yeah, 20 seconds. But yeah, if you just control it from MIDI in Reaper, and like if you were just to have the cue right here, and then you could be using CC events. I don't even know how I would do that though. I'd have to look into it to like, yeah. And then let's see. So turning it on, and then yeah, I'd have to look into that and see, because I'm not sure exactly how you would do that. But that's a really good idea. What's up, Dirkster? Any of you ever use Onyx? Are you talking about like Onyx? What am I thinking of when I think of Onyx? Is that a preamp? I feel like there's Onyx preamps in like some of the Presonus gear, right? Or is it Mackie? Mackie used the Onyx? I think I have a little Mackie, a tiny little mixer that I use. I send this microphone and the stage microphone. I send them through. I send them into a splitter, and then that splitter splits out, and one side goes to the actual interface directly into Reaper, and then the other side goes into the little Mackie mixer. And so I have 2 inputs going into that Mackie mixer, and then that splits out to the 5 PCs. And I have this ridiculous adapted thing. Like one of the outputs goes from the headphone of the mixer, the headphone out, and like one side of the headphone goes to one PC, one other side goes to another PC, and then I have the main out left and right, and I take those out, and then I think I split one of those to go to 2 PCs, and then the right side of the main output goes to the other PC. But hey, it works as a mic input for the computers, and then I can talk to the computers and tell the computer that it's giveaway time and stuff like that. It's not though. Have you ever approached the Presonus guys for a sponsorship? I don't think they would. Because I didn't have a very good relationship with Studio One. They actually hooked me up with Studio One though. Studio One 3 they gave me, because I'd tweeted out that I was trying the trial and I was going to produce something in it. I produced all of Fire in Studio One, and Loss of Sound was the first song that I produced in Studio One, and it was a dedication to Pro Tools, because I was leaving Pro Tools because of its loss of sound, because it would crash all the time, resulting in that's right, loss of sound. And so I wrote the song Loss of Sound in honor of that, and I wrote it in Studio One, and then they came by, some of the guys from Presonus came by and then hooked me up with the professional version of it, and I used that for Fire. But I ran into so many issues that I just couldn't use it anymore. I don't know. I kind of like just, doing what we're doing. I mean, would it be cool to like get free stuff from a company and stuff? Yeah, but then it's like you're obligated to, blah, 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 blah. And I kind of like not being obligated to any one company or being beholden to any company for any of their stuff or anything like that. I kind of like being able to say how I feel about certain products and whatever. You know what I mean? But now however, the Presonus Quantum, that's what I use now. So their hardware, and their software is maybe great now. I saw that they just came out with like Studio 1.5, I think. And like somebody posted it in the Discord, and I checked out their little promo video about it. Like they have a lot of like live functionality now for like doing live performances and stuff. And I'm just, I don't know. I feel a little less like, there's no reason for me to like hate on that stuff anymore. I used to hate on it, and I just, they're trying to make a good product and be competitive, and it sounds like they're still at it. And so I bet you Studio One's pretty good now. But Reaper is Reaper does everything that I need, and there's just so many things that I don't even need that Reaper has. And it's so insane how in-depth Reaper goes that I just can't imagine anybody being able to like catch up with them. But then there's other things that other companies that are doing that are pretty good, and I don't want to hate on that, So I wish them the best. But I do have to say their hardware is killer. Presonus hardware is amazing. I think it was underrated for a long time, and they have really picked it up. And the Quantum is like so killer. Has great latency. It's never messed up on me, and it's done everything I needed it to do. And it's a beautiful little interface, and it's Thunderbolt, and it's screaming fast and dependable. I've never had an issue. I used their Studio 192 for all of my TwitchCon performances, which are live performances like in front of a live audience running Reaper, and it was never a problem. Just beautiful, never a problem. And I can't say that for other stuff that I've used in a live situation. And so just Presonus has put my mind at ease when it comes to the hardware side of it, and Reaper's put my mind at ease when it comes to the software side. I don't think we've had a crash of Reaper in a live show ever. I take that back. I think FM8, Native Instruments FM8, I think that crashed Reaper once when I was playing a song from Fire, because I've moved everything over to Reaper. So Studio One was running. There was a time when before I did the second version of the studio, I was still in the box, and I did a lot of songs in Pro Tools live, and then I did Fire in Studio One, and then Album Unknown, the first performance of Album Unknown was in the box, the original box, and it was in Reaper, because I produced half of it in Studio One, and then I produced the whole album in one session, so it got so out of control that like Studio One just could not handle it. Like I couldn't even work anymore because the session was so big and there was so much going on. And I was like, all right, I need to try Reaper out. And I loaded the whole thing into Reaper, and I finished Album Unknown in Reaper. That's how good Reaper is. I was able to transfer a complete album into it and then continue recording. Oh my God, I just can't even believe that. I can't even believe that. I'm thinking about it now. But anyway, I finished it in Reaper. And so then, yeah, during my live shows, I would have Pro Tools running one and then Studio One running another. And then I would open up Reaper to do Album Unknown. It was hilarious. And then when I upgraded to Studio 2.0, then I just moved everything over to Reaper. But thinking about it now, it was super funny. I would use Pro Tools for songs. And then I think once I got Studio One, I had the original Omni interface with Pro Tools. And then I also had the Studio 192 for Studio One. And then I think I was running the Pro Tools interface. So get this, I remember now. Pro Tools was crashing so much that it would take me, oh wait, no. Okay, Pro Tools was crashing, but I don't think it was the reason I did this. Now I remember. Pro Tools, you couldn't have more than one song open at a time. And so I had all these songs from all these albums. So in between songs, I would have to close the song, which would cut my microphone, and then I'd have to open up the next song, and then my voice would come back. And it was a bummer. Like I couldn't talk between songs because I would have to be closing stuff and opening stuff up. So then when I got Studio One, I ran everything through Studio One, and I had a second mic going through Studio One so that in between songs, I could close the Pro Tools song and open up the new one, and then I could still talk through Studio One. That's what it was. And so then finally we got to the point where I could actually speak and not be totally beholden to Pro Tools. And then, then I added Reaper into the mix. And then, with Reaper, how you can have different tabs and you can have sessions playing while other sessions are playing. And it's just, it's so crazy. I take it for granted how incredibly flexible Reaper is. It's just, it's great. And just even as a quality of life thing, to be able to just work and not, be stressed out, because it's like, I can't remember the last time Reaper crashed. It has crashed. It's crashed a couple times, usually in production, but I'd say it's crashed less than 10 times. I've been using it since 2017. And in that time, I've been using it for thousands of hours in that time. And it's crashed. I think I can count on two hands how many times it's crashed. And I mean, that is just so huge. That is so huge. Now, Studio One, I got to hand it to him. That was a very stable piece of software as well. That very rarely crashed. Pro Tools was Pro Tools, but Studio One wasn't bad. But yeah. But then, I mean, yeah, the routing and everything. I remember Studio One I had difficulty with routing in Studio One. It was weird. It was hard to deal with. And I mean, that made me improve now. So it's like, I feel like nowadays when I talk about Studio One, I kind of have to talk about it in retrospect and like as a historical thing, because it's like it's been so long since I used it. It's really I'm sure that it's way better than it was when I was using it. But I remember back then the routing was weird, and the routing on this is just insane. I mean, it's just so easy to use. Like, for instance, like on the master track here, if I go to input and output, I can add any of my hardware outs at any time. I can add as many as I want. I can add one side of one. Like I can just send it to the left headphone. Where is it? One left, one right, two left, headphones two, headphones one left, headphones one right, headphones one right, headphones two left. Like, what is that, dude? Like, you can send it to the right side of the first headphone output and the left side of the second headphone output. I mean, it's like that kind of thing. Or it's like you could send it to line out 8 in the left side and headphone 1 left, you could send the right side. I mean, it's crazy what you can do. This is obviously stereo, so that's why it's being, if you go to a mono track though, you can send it to any output. Wait, this is looking stereo. Oh no, here it is. Here's the mono outputs. So yeah, I could send it to any one of my hardware outputs. I have 8 TRS outputs on the back of my Quantum, and then I have 2 headphone outs. And you can send it to any one of those channels. And like the fact that it's just so easy to do that, where it's like, okay, I want to send it to line 3. And there's what you can do. You can have gain on it. You can mute it. You can flip the phase on it. Post fader, pre fader. You can. I don't even know what this is. I use this for side chaining usually, and it's like I usually mess with buttons until it hits the right one. But anyway, you can add as many as you want. I also want to send it to output 5, and I want it going -10 to output 5, and I want to flip the phase. And it's like, it's so easy and so straightforward, and it's like. That stuff I just, on any of those other softwares, I was never able to do stuff like that. And it's like, I don't need to do that, but it's just one small example of how incredibly amazing it is. UTC, I think I use UTC for the Platform X. I think for the fader box that I got here. I think that's UTC. Let me see. I got to close it so my mic comes back. If you have it on the audio setting, it'll on the audio device, it closes it. But let's see, MIDI, where is it? Control OSC, and then this one, that's edit. That's MCU. What is UTC versus MCU? So MCU is what you use for the for like the fader control and stuff. What's up, Bellum? Universal timecode. Yeah, timecode's one thing that I never really use. The one time I used it was at TwitchCon. I provided them with a timecode output, but I've never. It's the Marvel Cinematic Universe. There you go. Aunt Funny knows what's up. What's up, Sufer? How you doing? Was all the Jameson you drank the night before? Oh, geez. That was 1 year. And it wasn't Jameson. I don't think it was. Oh, those were the days. Yeah, you know who saved my life? Miller. Miller saved my life. Brought me some what was it? The vocal zone? Is that what it's called? I still have some right in the other room. Saved my life, dude. Holy moly. Oh my gosh, dropping some bits on the jam. Nail driver. A 1,000 bits? Holy moly. What? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1,000 bits on the jam. Nail driver, on behalf of Scene of Action, we want to thank you so much for dropping the bits on the jam. And although you may have destroyed the sidewalk today, we do want to assure you. Be with you so much, Nelja. I really appreciate that incredibly generous support. Much appreciated indeed. Hugo, what's going on? How is it going? It was Vocal Zone. Yes, indeed. That's right. That's right. What's up, Zen Blade? How you doing? So instead of having the lights on a MIDI track, you design the show in the lighting software and then trigger it via UTC. Yes, you could do that, I suppose. I'm so unfamiliar with that, and the MIDI works so well that I haven't really investigated that. But if that's your fancy, sounds like you can do it. What type of truss is it? It's cedar link. I use cedar link truss. Yeah, I love this truss. I was just doing some pull-ups after the show last night on this truss. Love this truss. So stoked. I feel like the truss is so symbolic of like the dream of Scene of Action. Because it's like, I remember when I was thinking about breaking beyond the box and like, wow, how cool would it be someday to have like truss, like real truss, and like have like lights on real truss. That'd be so crazy. That's so far off. Look at us now. Here we are. There's truss. I'm sitting right next to its truss. There's truss right there. It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. Any top plates? I don't know if they're top plates technically, but I do have plates on the ring around the top, and those are what the Pocket Pros. Those are what the Pocket Pros are hanging off of. So I mean, they're these welded plates, but I don't know if that's what you mean. And then in this truss, there are holes every, like, I'd say it looks like about every 8 inches. There are drilled holes. And then they must have sent me 1,000 bolts with this stuff. A ton of bolts. They gave me a ton of bolts. And so I bolted some stuff on. And then the other stuff is, I don't have one handy, but I showed you last week, the clips, those circle truss clips, dude. Oh, I don't know what it is about those clips, but they are some nice clips. So I use those for some of the other stuff too. But breaking beyond the box, behind the box. Rebranded by like 50 companies with the 2 tripods. Hey, whatever works. Whatever works. The cheaper the better. I mean, if it does the job. Yeah, this is like, it's marketed as like trade show booth. Like, this isn't like truss that you would, it's not like the heavy duty truss that you would put thousands and thousands of pounds of like lighting on and stuff like that for a live show. But I knew that I wanted to have everything really dark and have everything kind of like a black and white theme for this one. And so when I saw this, I was like, oh dude, that's it. That's it right there. Yeah, I'm stoked. It's funny. Like, I love the technology, like the cameras and monitors and wireless stuff. That's all fun and amazing, and the software is great. But there's something about just like the actual, like the welded metal truss. It's like, yes, we have arrived. It is the truss. It's awesome. I think also because with the last studio, I was using like a particle board, like MDF, I don't even know, that must have been a 1/2 inch thick. It was all wobbly, and then like I built the 2x3 frame around the room, and then I put all those boards up, and then I whitewashed them, and then drilled holes through them for like all the lights and all that stuff, and it worked great. I mean, it was awesome, but it's like it was very flimsy, you know, and it was very theatrical feeling, you know, because it was sort of like just these facades and not very heavy duty, and it's just like, man, there's just something about this stuff. It's so sturdy and all bolted together, and like, yeah, so like it's like a hexagon ring, and you know, you get most of the stands up. You get the 2, 4, 6, right? 1, 2, 2, 4, yeah. So there's the 6 legs, and you get like the 5 legs together and all the top, and then you put that last leg together and you bolt it on, and that was a nightmare, by the way. You know, trying to like pull this giant metal trussing to like get it to like lock into like the bolts and whatever. It was a little tough, but once I got it in there and got it all bolted on, just like feeling the whole thing and just how it became this like solid, just glued together like unit. It's just like, yes, like it's not gonna fall down. It's not gonna age. It's just heavy duty. I love it. I like the truss. I'm stoked about the truss. No feeder cable to drag through mud. That is true. I have all the cabling now. Some of it runs on the truss, and then I have it running across, and there's carpet in here now. The last one was I was using laminate, so I didn't. So it was nice to be able to roll around. I got one of those little mats for my chair here, like a little office mat, so I can roll around here pretty easily, which is great. But the rest of it's like that really thin carpet that like it's like that really thin, almost like shop carpet, and so I have some of the cables running along there. Well, all the cables are exposed now, so they're not. There's nothing buried or hidden behind walls or anything. Dude, with the last place, I had stuff in the attic. I had stuff behind walls. I had stuff in little like corridors, and it was just, like it looked great. I love the way the studio looked last time, but it was just to work with stuff, man, to put new stuff in or move stuff around. It was so difficult, so frustrating, just so cramped and dangerous too. I mean, like I was hanging the slider, the camera slider. The camera slider is now on 2 tripods, so I can move it around, and it's modular, and I can move it to another part of the room. And like, if I want to do like little marketing shots or do stuff like, talking about like, like this week and we're doing this thing, like do like a slow moving shot. It's like, I can easily do that. I can move stuff around, and like, it's kind of set up more like it's more like a studio now. It's more like a kind of film studio as opposed to like a purpose built acoustic treated, like music studio, which is kind of what I was going for with the last one. But, the camera slider was on these, it was hanging from these 2 metal, like 1/2 inch, threaded steel poles that I had cut with a metal saw, and they were sticking into the attic, into the crawl space. They were sticking about 11 or 12 inches up from the floor. And to get in there and like moving cable around and feeding it in and everything, like I was having to like maneuver around these like death knives that were like coming out of the drywall ceiling and looking forward to like murdering me at any moment, and like my corpse decaying in the attic, So it was tense. It was tense, just to run cable was kind of tense, It's like, I don't want to do that again. I want to have a situation where it's like, I don't have to worry about death when I'm, running an HDMI cable. And so that's what we have now. So some of the stuff is running on truss, and it's running along the truss and then goes down over to where the computer wall is. Like I have all the computers against the wall over there, and like kind of this like cubby area, and really easy to get to, easy to like move cables around and maneuver stuff and move stuff. And the rack for like the interface and all that stuff is kind of lined up. If you want to see that stuff more close up, in last week's Q&A, I did a little video tour of it. But, and then the cables that are going along the wall, it's like they come down from the truss over here, and then they go to the far wall over there. And there's this Velcro cable cover that I have that covers all the cables in this nice Velcro that like you can just like step over, which is great. And then they run along the wall. And then the other ones that come down here, they have the same thing where they have this Velcro cover, and it's just nice, and it's very clean, but it's not hidden and difficult to work with. Like I moved the wireless guitar transceiver before the shows this week, and it was literally just cutting a few snap tights along the truss, pulling the cable off, and then running it from the other side. And now it's on the ring over there. And so when I'm playing guitar, it's like literally 1.5 feet away or 3 feet away, something like that. And like the connections are great now, because they were weird. Like it was over here, and I don't know if it was from the camera connections or like the earbuds or what it was, but just being like 10 feet away from the transceiver with the guitar receiver, it was like, or that's the transceiver, that's the receiver that's on the wall. So the receiver just being 10 feet away from the guitar, it was like already having connection issues and stuff. And moving it was really easy. It took like, a half hour just cutting stuff and then doing more snap tights and getting it over there. And that can't be understated, because before I probably would have been like running it over to the wall, through the wall, then up into the attic, then over the attic into where the computer area was, and then down through this hole in the attic over to the computers. And it's like, to move it, it would have been like an excursion. It would have been an adventure, So that was my biggest motivation with this whole new thing, was just trying to make it so it can be improved easy. Yeah, that's really what it is. Efficient improvement is kind of the angle for this one. And also changeability too. It's like, with the exception of the truss, this is also modular, that it's like, we could do this for a while, and then it's like a couple years down the road or whenever, it's like I could be like, you know what? I'm kind of feeling maybe we should switch this up a little bit. It's like I could, rebuild the truss and like different designs and like move stuff around, and like, you're not creating damage and destruction by doing that. You're just kind of moving some cables. So I am really happy. If you don't already see, I'm really, really happy with this one. I'm stoked. I mean, like I was saying last week, it was fun building the other studio and designing the other studio first, and then kind of building it to the design. And I really loved the look, but ergonomically, I just didn't have the experience to know what it was going to be like. And I mean, it was causing me like pain, physical pain, where it's like just looking, kinking my body in weird ways to like get stuff and access stuff and like looking at monitors and everything like that. When you stand in there and you look around, you're like, oh, this is awesome. But like actually using it on the day to day was kind of like, it was just not the most comfortable. And now it's like, dude, I was like, the whole motivation for this was like, it needs to be comfortable. It needs to be modular. I need to be able to, if I don't like where the monitor is, I need to be able to move it. They're all on wheels now. They've all got cable covers so I can move them anywhere without it being ugly and difficult. And it's just awesome. I'm stoked. That's my advice. If you're setting up a spot, I highly recommend you set it up in a modular way that you can make adjustments and improvements efficiently and easily without, causing yourself pain or risk of death. I think that's my biggest advice from the last studio to this one. More character. Yeah, I agree. To find that one cable. Exactly. I like how Deadmau5's place works. He has little access panels on the floor. Yeah, that is super cool. That is super cool. I would love something like that. Not in this room because I want as much ceiling height as I can get, but if I were to like purpose build like an actual studio from scratch, then yeah, I would probably do something like that because that's so clean. I mean, it's just so clean. And yeah, I mean, his studio is so awesome. I mean, that is like the pinnacle. But again, his studio is also set up acoustically, and we didn't get too much into like the specifics of his studio design, but you can assume that a professional audiologist, I don't know what the correct term is for like those engineers that actually design those acoustic spaces. Like I guess an acoustics engineer, I guess, but you can pretty much assume that acoustics engineer like designed the layout of that room. And I'm sure that like the building materials they used in there just like to just thicken up the walls and make everything super, super sturdy and very resistant to like any kind of weird anomalous vibrations and stuff like that. Yeah, that room was awesome. It was so silent in that room. That's one thing I definitely remember vividly is just how silent it was. And like his computers and everything were like in the side room. Like you would walk out of the back of the studio and on the left was a vocal booth and on the right was like his computer room. And you would open up the computer room and it was like super loud, all that stuff in there. And then, you go into the main room where he was with the vocal booth. I mean, it's just complete silence, obviously, because it was a music studio. But yeah, that was kind of like a little bit of naivete on my part when I was designing the last one, like thinking that I was going to be able to design like a space, like acoustics with acoustics in mind. It's like, I'm so much more driven by, since I produce and record and do everything really in headphones these days. It's like, that was another kind of epiphany that I had with this, where I was just like, dude, the acoustics thing is just a battle that I don't need to have at this point, at least. Maybe sometime way down the road, maybe I could have some sort of like purpose built space where it's like during production streams or something, I'm in like the actual production room and we're actually producing in like a acoustically treated amazing room with like killer monitors and everything set up really well for that. And that'd be awesome. I'm not worried about it, because it's like I feel so comfortable in doing this and I'm so comfortable with working on headphones now. But my biggest focus was I want it to be primarily for the streaming setup, for like visual stuff, for all the cameras, lights, all that stuff. And then I want to, of course, be comfortable with audio production, but I'm not going to be concerned about acoustics in the room. And that going from that angle and being really dead set on the ergonomics of the room and like the visuals as far as like for like the live streaming setup, that really I think was so much better to do, because trying to do the acoustic setup last time, it just didn't work. Like it's such a specialized field and like, I just can't even begin. It's like, I feel like I'd have to take classes or something to even start. And then just, the kind of investment you have to do to get the payoff in that, it's so, what would you say? It's marginal, where when you're investing and building for like the visual, you really see that, no pun intended. Like you see the result of that because that's what you're actually focusing on. And with acoustics, so much of it is like calculation and building very specifically to very, very minute specifications to make sure everything's just right. And then it's like, I don't do that. I don't really do that. I've worked in amazingly treated studios before, and it's amazing to work in that kind of a space. But it's just like, since I started streaming, it's like, because I've never really had access to that, I've never depended on it, and I've kind of figured out my method, and I'm really happy with it. And Like, yeah, I'll use monitors to like spot check and stuff sometimes. And like, I used to use monitors for mastering because I would think like, oh, well, I really need to hear the monitors so I can hear the low end. But since I got the sub pack, it's like that solved that problem entirely. The sub pack was far and above any kind of dependency on monitors that I would have for mastering. I mean, the sub pack is, that's it. I mean, I would never want to lose a sub pack. It's so important when it comes to like, especially final mixing and mastering, that with headphones, the sub pack is they're a match made in heaven, in my opinion. And so it's like, yeah, I just didn't really have to be focused on that. I would love to be able to be focused on that, but I didn't have to be. So I wasn't. And I think it worked out so much better by doing that because I was able to focus on the ergonomics, the visuals, and really everything else worked out. I was talking last week how it's like, yeah, I mean, in the last studio, for instance, I ran all this cabling to the desk. I mean, there was tons of cabling. I was set up to have like 4 sets of monitors. And like, I was like, oh, I'm going to have all these monitors so I can do all this like checking. But like, you got to have as many references as you can, like these monitors and these monitors. You got to make sure it sounds good and all this stuff. And I noticed that just over time, it's like with these HG800s that I'm wearing right now, which have kind of, they're open back. They have really good response and all the frequencies, they're pretty flat, but they don't really show you the high mid. Like the high mid, when I mix in these and they feel great, then I put on my 5609s and it's like the high mids are just absolutely ear blasting. And I'm like, whoa. And then I deal with the high mids and then I go back between the two sets of headphones. And really it's like beyond that, I mean, yeah, you could listen to 20 sets of speakers. You could listen to an iPhone speaker or laptop speakers, or you could reference anything. You could take it out to your car, but I get so much of the way there with those 2 sets of headphones. I was like, do I really want to run all that cabling again? Do I really want to set up monitors? It's like, how often am I going to be using monitors to like master? Like, it's like, I'm going to be spending so much more time doing live performances, so much more time producing, so much more time mixing. That actual final act of mastering like an album and then wanting to have all these references so you know that like the 400 hertz isn't out of control on song number 4. I mean, that's just, to build around that idea is just, it's so marginal in the payoff that I was just like, I'm just not going to focus on that. And I think it worked out. I don't know where that tangent came from. There was a question about something, I assume, or a comment. Oh yeah, talking about Joel's studio. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. His studio, on the other hand, holy moly, that thing. Oh man, that was a nice studio. Absolutely beautiful. And geez, his Neve board. What was that board? A 5808? Is that what it is? Amazing. Oh, just the craftsmanship of that board. And obviously the sound of it goes without mention, but oh yeah. Yeah, he has some really nice gear. He definitely gave me an appreciation for gear that I didn't have before. And just, once you get to that level where he is, where it's like, it's worth that cost to get that marginal improvement where it's, it's just like, it is so next level in terms of its quality. It's incredible. He's great though. He's a great producer. His work is absolutely fantastic. 5088. Yes. 5088. You can consider time at a professional studio for mastering as well. Yeah, I guess I could. I mean, you're right. I don't mean to sound like I'm just discarding the idea. That's not what I'm doing. It's just like, I'm just so comfortable doing what I'm doing, It's like, don't get me wrong. If I was in the position to have a situation like that, I would go for it. But, it's like, I guess I just don't see the, yeah, really, it's just, I'm just stoked. I'm stoked with where we're at. I feel really comfy and I feel like it's working really good. I mean, that's really all I'm trying to say, I guess. Yeah. I'm just really stoked, man. I'm really stoked. I feel really stoked. I'm really grateful. And, like not too long ago, it was, I would have never, you never know what the future holds. That's all I'll say. You never know. Stoked. New album. Stoked. Oh God. I would love a Neve as well. But then there's all that comes with it. I would love the space for a Neve. I would love the room that you would want to have if you have a Neve, There's so many elements. And that's the thing. Joel does have them all. Like he's got the studio. He's got the gear. He's got all the nice high quality cables. He's got all of it. He's got all those amazing synths. He has the original R2D2. It's like he's got, dude, that dude's set up. Not too long ago, you were a guy in a garage with a bunch of plywood. That's exactly right, Dimples. That's what I'm saying. Totally. A bunch of plywood. Which when I took it apart, it was a bunch of plywood with a bunch of black widows. Yes, that was great. And now we got the truss. Yes. Now we got the truss. So anyway, that was the deal with the lighting stuff. And I hope that was helpful to anybody who was interested in that deal. And if any questions come up, feel free to ask them. I'll do the best I can to answer them. And then, of course, we'll do this we'll do a weekly thing about this, about just the gear setup. So we've kind of talked about cameras last week. We talked about lighting a little bit this week. And I don't know, I'll think about what we should do next week. But as far as beyond the lighting and beyond the camera setup, I mean, really all we have to talk about in terms of hardware is audio stuff and streaming. And the streaming stuff, I feel like there's a lot of resources on streaming because I don't really do anything out of the ordinary in terms of my streaming setup. It's pretty beyond the actual multicam setup. It's a pretty kind of, I would say, I don't know, streaming. It's a streaming setup, but definitely the audio stuff we could talk about. So maybe next week we could talk about audio hardware a little bit. And then probably like for a fourth show with like Q&A stuff and rig rundown, probably talk about software and how all the softwares work together and kind of what I've learned over the years in terms of how everything communicates. Maybe I can go into auto hotkey a little bit more because auto hotkey is a huge part of what I do. I run a lot of scripts now. And I remember when I first started streaming, it was just an absolute fantasy dream that I would be able to use text files to run huge parts of the stream that do so much of the busy work, so much of the repetitive, monotonous, like opening windows and sizing them correctly and pasting text and chat and like so many things. I mean, I can't even begin, like playing like the sub videos and all that stuff. So much of that stuff, when you get it all integrated and working, it just makes the experience of doing this so much more fun and so much more manageable as well. Like I remember back in the days when I was first streaming and I did sub videos, like I would actually have to go to the stream PC, like hit the scene and then like go find like the video in like the folder and double click on the video and make sure that like the window capture was right for like the Windows media player. And I mean, it was stress city doing that stuff. And now it's just so much more efficient, so much more fun to do. Did well for a guy who presses the space bar. Yeah, they had like, the Black Widows had like nested in between the 2x3s on the floor of the box. The true values in the VST that comes with them. With them, all the passive listening and no VST engaged, they're decent pair of headphones. They're better headphones at that price point, but not with the software. Gafleg mentioned it. I don't know, plastic. There are a bunch of people who have issues with them. Of course, it depends on how you take care of them. Which headphones are you guys talking about? Oh, the Slate Audio. Oh, yes. I saw those. Somebody posted about those. I went and took a look at that. And I watched one of his marketing videos for that. And yeah, I can't speak on it. If they're good or not. I don't know. I haven't looked into it very deeply. But if they do the job, then that's awesome. I did get the Waves studio emulation thing. It's the Bluetooth deal that you put on your headphones, and like as you move your head around, like it kind of behaves like it's in a room. And the jury is out on that idea. There was the one guy, I forget what his name is. It's like White something Studios. It's like White Crest Studios or something like that. And I can't remember where he is. He's somewhere in Eastern Europe, I think. And he's in a music studio and he does a lot of like plugin reviews and stuff. And the snake oil guy, yes, that dude. He's got like the long hair, and he always uses he always says that he's using sand something by Darude. What is it? Sand something. What is it? You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, he's like, to test this, we're going to use Sandstorm by Darude. And it's like, it's never Sandstorm. It's great. I love it. But so he did a review of the Waves studio emulation thing. And his complaint was that you couldn't really hear the transient attack. And I noticed that when I was using it Like one of the big things about listening to monitors in a studio is like hearing the transients and like the clickiness of the transients. And when I was using the emulation for the studio thing, it was super cool. Like it was definitely cool and it definitely changed the sound and it felt weird. Like you would close your eyes and move your head around and it was like, oh my Lord, like I really feel like there are speakers in front of me and like this is crazy. But there was the issue of like the transient attack that was kind of missing. It was almost like kind of washed out or something. And so I'd have to do some more testing on that. But the more I think about it, I don't have any numbers on this, but I just really wonder how many people actually listen to speakers. Now, I'm sure there's some of them. Some of you may be listening on speakers right now. And during my live shows and stuff, I'm sure some people are listening on speakers. But in like the world of people listening to like albums and music and Spotify and all that stuff, how many people are actually listening on either computer speakers or like speakers in their living room, like on their systems and stuff like that? I mean, I would have to say, this is a complete guess, but I would have to say like 80% of people are using some sort of headphone or earbud. Like at least 80, I would have to say, and probably more than that, but I don't want to go so crazy. But I would say probably 80 are. And so the way I see it is like, I don't really know if I really want to emulate a studio in my headphones, because like it's not like people are listening to albums on headphones and then using studio emulators to like listen to the albums on their headphones. And so really, what are you mixing for in that scenario? Are you mixing for somebody who's in a studio or somebody who's listening to headphones with a studio emulator or somebody who's not listening to headphones? Like it's hard to know even like what you're doing when you do that, you know, like what are you trying to accomplish? And, you know, there is an argument to be made that when you mix on headphones or when you're working on headphones and then you go to monitors, there might be some crosstalk because the monitors, some of the frequencies hit each other and cancel each other out on their way to your ears from the actual speakers. And so you need to listen to that when you're mixing because you need to hear what's getting canceled out so you can adjust for it in the mix when you're working on your project. And I totally see the argument in that. But there is the flip side to that where with so many people listening to monitors or with so many people listening to headphones or earbuds, and then with people very rarely sitting at the same position in front of monitors or speakers that you were sitting in when you were mixing in front of your monitors, which were giving you like an accurate representation of crosstalk, they're going to be getting some sort of crosstalk from speakers regardless. So something's going to be canceled out that you didn't hear. Something's going to be boosted that you didn't know about because of where your position was. And so it's like, who are you mixing for? Are you mixing for people who are going to sit in front of like monitors and measure like the distance from the speaker to their ear hole and make sure that everything's perfectly symmetrical and that they can enjoy your music to the utmost perfect potential, just like you were when you were sitting there, and they can just trust and know that that's exactly where they should be sitting? Or are you mixing for people to get an impact from the music? And the vast majority of people who are probably listening on headphones and earbuds. And I feel like I'm probably more the latter. Like I'm more concerned about like, does it jam and does it sound decent in the headphones? And like, yeah, maybe if I were to listen to it in a car or listen to it on speakers, like maybe there'd be something that like kind of jumps out where I'm like, oh, I should probably deal with that. And maybe there is something I'm missing from that. And there could be for sure. But then you think about like echoes and other devices like smart or Bluetooth speakers and stuff like that. And those are taking a stereo symbol. See, that's something that you could mix on though. Like if you could hook up to a Bluetooth speaker where you've got a stereo signal sending out from one source, that could be something to do. Or probably the way that you would do that is you would just switch it to mono while you're mixing and then listen to headphones in mono. And then if there's any weirdness with any sort of loss of a frequency, then you would know, okay, well, that's what it's going to sound like on a smart speaker. That's probably what I should start doing. I should probably actually start listening in mono just to spot check to make sure that there's nothing outrageous going on with the mix. I should start doing that. But beyond that, it's like, why are we talking about this? I don't know. Watching something on Netflix is too warm. Yeah. Something like sometimes when I'm watching a YouTube video or something, if I'm not wearing headphones, like I'll just throw it to the monitor speaker or something like that. I mean, whenever I'm listening to music, like if I listen to Adagio or Amazon Music or anything like that, I'm typically using like Bluetooth headphones, which is interesting because like the headphones that I do have, well, they're not Bluetooth, but they're wireless and they they're like HyperX, I think, and they have like a crazy high end roll off to them and stuff. But it's like I don't mind, you know. It's like I'm listening to the music for the music when I'm listening. I'm not listening, but you know, if I was doing like some sort of like technical listening, like I wanted to hear exactly what they were doing, then I'd probably throw the 800s on and just, you know, sit down in a very still position and close my eyes and say, okay, I'm technically listening now. But just like the vast majority of people, I'm typically just listening to music just to enjoy the music and what the actual music is doing rather than what the mix is doing specifically. So that's kind of my outlook really on mixing, on all of it, on really on the whole production side is, does it slam? If it slams, right, we're good. But yeah, I mean, that may change. Like over time, I could definitely see myself getting more gear heavy and stuff like that. I go back and forth on it. I kind of have Star Citizenitis when it comes to like any of this stuff where, you know, I try to, the more time goes by, I try to just be more balanced and more even with all that stuff. Cause it's like, I used to be really opinionated on all that stuff. And, you know, as new information comes in, your opinion changes and your experience brings in a new perspective. And I just don't, you know, I'm not going to pretend to have some sort of like vast wealth of knowledge that is going to tell me exactly how I need to mix a certain sound in every situation. I just know that when I do it on headphones, it's really comfortable. And I think a lot of people listen on headphones. So that seems fine. That's kind of where it's coming from at this point. Really. I love all the talk of the Sennheiser HDs though. It is a very common knowledge that I'm a big fan of Sennheiser. I love Sennheiser. What's up, Mordecus? No, Star Citizenitis. It's my thing. I was talking about the other night just how like I go through my attitude towards Star Citizen is sort of like a sine wave, and I get extremely excited about my future life in the multiverse of Star Citizen, and I get really excited about that for a couple months, and then I get really sad, and I'm like, when is this game going to be done? Are they ever going to finish it? Is this just a scam? Is this just a gimmick? And I feel that way for a while, and then I go back to being really excited. And so that's kind of how I am with like all the audio stuff. I'm just like, sometimes I get really opinionated about something, and then sometimes I'm just like, what was I thinking? Like, that's ridiculous. I don't even know if that's true. Like, why would I think that? So I'm trying to be more even with a lot of stuff. Just kind of do what feels right, you know? We're using the Shure. No, I don't use the Shure stuff anymore. I use Sennheiser. The Shure. Yeah, I use Shure E3s. Yeah, the actual buds themselves are E3s, but I use the Sennheiser 300s for the actual transceiver. What's up, Lunar? That is a steel hexagon on a stand, and then it has the bolt holes in it, just like the other truss does. It's not really a truss though. The hexagon is more, it's like steel rectangular cubes. It's like stretched out cubes. It's rectangular boxes basically. And then each corner of it meets at a 45, right? Is it? No, it's not 45s, is it? Is it 45s? Yeah, it's 90, 90, 90, 90. So that would be 45s. That's 45s, right? No, it's not 45s, dude. That's like, what is that? What is a hexagonal? Does anybody know offhand what a hexagonal corner degree is? Because I don't. 360 divided by 6, what is that? 30? 6, 12, 18, that's 180. So 15. Are they 15 degrees? No, what am I talking about? 15 times 6, get out of here. It was double, it wasn't half. Yeah. Eagle, you're right. There you go. So they're 60 degrees. Yeah, they look like 60 degrees. Okay, cool. Teamwork. That's what that was. And on each corner, there's a 60-degree piece that's just small, and then it has the bolt holes, and then each length is like just a rectangular cube. but not a cube, obviously, but like a rectangular box deal. And then it's on a stand. Also Cedar Link. Cedar Link makes some good stuff. I wasn't, I had never seen it in person, and I just kind of went out on a limb, took a risk, and hoped that it was going to work out. And boy, did it exceed my expectations. Really high quality stuff, especially like all the plates. I don't know how they make these things, so I can't really speak to them and specifically what's going on. But like, it's just when like you see a metal plate and it's like got like that coating on it, and it just seems really nicely made. That's what this is. It's like there's some where it's like you get the plate and you're like, it looks like it was hand cut by like a machine, by somebody controlling like a machine, and they sort of like grind it off the edges so it won't like slice your arm off. But it's like, is it powder coating? Is that what it is? But it's like, it looks smooth. Like it looks like easy to clean, like it gets dusty or something. You just can wipe the dust right off, It's like nice, real nice. Because on the pictures and stuff, I wasn't sure. Like the pictures were just like regular, like not stainless steel, but they were like kind of just steel looking. But the plates they actually sent were like that powder coated, really smooth. Everything's really smooth and nice and not polished, but just like really like they're like no sharp edges. It's just nice. And the stand, you can kind of see right there is part of the stand for the hexagon. Like it's really long, so you can put a lot of weight on that thing, and then like it won't teeter. But like that's one of the edges of it, and like it's really nice. It's nice. Electricity to bind to the surface. I think that's what it is, Nail Driver. I think it is power coded. Well, it's all the pieces were pre-made, but then I did assemble it. So it's like you could make it into like I don't know if they have the degrees. What would an octagon be? It would be 360 divided by 8. So whatever that is. So like fifth, I don't know. Anyway, math. I was watching a YouTube video the other day. The guy was like, I don't do math in public. That's what he said. Yeah, I don't do math in public. Maybe I will. Anyway, so that's it. Oh, White Quill. Thanks for hanging out. Sleep well. Yes, that is it. Gift flag. That's it. There it is, 45. Oh, so an octagon is 45. There you go. There it is. I don't typically do feedback on Unknown Death, and yeah, I don't see it as feasible either, especially just with today, what's going on these days with DMCA and stuff. I'm keeping it all original. But hopefully, if you stick around for the production stuff, maybe, have any questions or maybe pick up anything from there. That'd be awesome. But speaking of that, we should probably get in on that. Get in on it. Because I want to get this sucker done. Whoa, we've been doing this for almost 2 hours now? Holy moly. I got to move this other deal. Anyway, if you were interested in the lighting and stuff, I hope you got something out of that. I hope you learned a little bit more about what we do here at SOA TV. And next week we'll be talking about the audio stuff, kind of like the audio hardware stuff and how we route it in. And then the week after that, we will go over like software and how the whole stream setup kind of runs. And yeah, we'll do that. Hour and a half. That's how long we've been on. All right. Whatever it takes, Eagle. I think being all original from the time I've been in the stream has kind of been groundbreaking for a lot of other music streamers, content quality aside. Well, I mean, I've always loved to write, I've always loved to write. And if you like writing songs, then, I mean, what better way than just do it, But I mean, there's nothing wrong with doing covers. Some covers are better than the originals, I think of Sinead O'Connor and Nothing Compares to You. I think that version is incredible. And Prince wrote that. Dimple's coming in with 500 bits. Holy moly. On behalf of Scene of Action, we want to thank you so much for dropping the bits on the jam. And although you may have destroyed the sidewalk today, we do want to assure you. Much appreciated. Thank you for that very generous support. Wrong. We're going here. There we go. I don't know, or I know what to work on. I've been learning myself how to do music, so I know the basics and even more than that. Well, I would say when you're in that position, if you know the basics, but you don't know what you want to do, just do something. Even if you're covering something. When I first started recording, especially, I would just cover songs. I think one of the first songs I covered was No More Tears by Ozzy Osbourne. I programmed that into a DR5. It's good times. Super good times. Taught me a lot about arrangement and stuff like that. Also, some of my early ones was Counting Blue Cars by Dishwalla. I did that one. Everything to Everyone by Everclear. Programmed that one into a DR5 back in the day. What's another one I did? It's good times. What brand were the Matrix cams? What brand are those? I don't know. Let me see if I can look it up real quick. Because they're sort of like that generic USB camera that you can get, you basically just type USB camera on Amazon and then they're there. But USB camera. Okay. So on Amazon, the actual title is, okay, so the brand is Web Camera _USB. And the title is High FPS Fisheye USB Camera Module with CMOS OV2710 Image Sensor, Full HD 1080p USB 2.0 Web Camera, Wide Angle USB with camera with high frame rate 640 by 480 at 100 frames per second, UVC for use in Androids, Windows, Linux, and Mac. That's the actual name of it. And then, but it looks like it's like a blue, it's like a blue chip. It's like a blue exposed chip. If you go to the trailer for the channel, if you go to the channel trailer on Twitch, or it's on YouTube as well, I have a close up shot of them. But yeah, they have different lenses and they've got like threads for the sensors. So you can put in all kinds of different lenses and stuff. And yeah, they're super cool. Super, super cool. And then the one on my close up mic is a ELP, I think is the brand name. Curious how well they'd be for a C920 replacement. Well, the cool thing about them is, unlike the C20, they remember the settings. If you don't install like the software or the drivers, if you just use the regular Windows driver that automatically is in there, and then you change the settings with like the archaic looking settings box, then they save the settings. And that's been absolutely fantastic. That computer with all of the Matrix cameras has been the smoothest starting computer in the whole stream setup since I introduced it. I just open up OBS, all 11 cameras show up. Nothing's messed up. The white balance, nothing. Like everything's they just work. All the hotkeys work right. Like everything's great. Every single time I start up the auto hotkey script for the actual Matrix sweeping, and then I do a little quick test with it. I haven't had one problem yet. So they're great little cameras. As far as their quality, the ones that I use are fisheye. So I don't know if you'd want to use a fisheye to replace like a C920 angle, because the C920s I think are like 70 degrees and these things are like 100 and something. They're like almost 180 degrees. They're like crazy fisheyes. So you might want to do a different lens if you're trying to replace a C920. But as far as like the quality, I mean, it's a tiny little sensor. They're going to be probably comparable to the C920. But for that price point, I mean, that's kind of what there is. I saw Linus did a video a few days ago about the Marshall cameras, these 4K Marshall HDMI cameras that have like threadable lenses, and they're like basically like the higher level of like these USB cameras, and like you can get them on eBay for like around $800, and they're super cool. Like the sensor's bigger, so they probably do better in low light, and they have like threadable lenses as well. But it's like, it's definitely a higher price point. And I saw Panasonic just came out with like a new GH camera that's like a box camera. It's pretty cool. It uses the DH5S sensor, but it's like in a box form for like doing like video production stuff. It's pretty cool looking. But if I was going to do that again, I'd probably go directly with the GH5S because I already have one and I love it so much. It's my favorite camera ever. Awesome camera. The G9 is really great too. But yeah, so the USB stuff, it's like, it'd probably be comparable to the C920 and it'd probably be a little easier to use depending on the software that you're using. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Wait, what camera were you just talking about before the Marshalls? I don't know. My close-up my close-up camera on the microphone on the stage is an ELP, and it's like, it was a little bit more expensive than the Matrix cameras. Like the Matrix cameras were around like 40, and the ELP I think was around like 55 or 60 when I got it. And it's cool because it's a better quality sensor. Well, I don't know if it's a better quality sensor, but the lens is great. Like it's this box, it's this like metal box around the sensor, which is nice and heavy duty. And it has a 1/4 inch thread mount for like a tripod or an arm or anything like that. So that's super cool. And then the lens is like a nice big, like, it's like, I can't remember what it is. It's like 2 to 20 or something like that. The focal lengths on these things are all weird because it depends on like the sensor size and stuff like that. So I wouldn't pay attention to the numbers, but it's got a zoom on it and a focus, and it's got an iris ring. And so it's like, it's got a lot of control for a little USB camera. It saves its settings. It's pretty decent in low light, pretty decent. I mean, the sensor itself is like, it's a USB camera with a tiny sensor. So it's like that, you know, you have to kind of couch that in your expectations of what that kind of camera can do. But the lens is actually really nice on it. And it was like, I think it was between like 50 and 60 bucks. And like, I mean, that's incredible for like that kind of camera. So I would say go for one of those. If you're going to like, if you want to upgrade from like a C920 type camera and you don't want to spend too much more, but you want to like up the quality a little bit, that is an awesome camera. Decent and low light, saves its settings, has an actual lens, like a zoomable lens. Pretty cool. So Dolgo, what's going on? How you doing? Linus is the best. Webcams not remember settings is such a time waste. It is the worst. It is the least thing I like about web cameras is how they don't keep their stuff. Like I was talking a couple weeks ago or last week, I was talking about how I had these rear cameras, like stage left rear, stage right rear, and they were kind of like looking back at the setup, and I only used them during the piano stuff. And just every day I was setting them up during the live shows, and I was looking at them, and I was just like, man, I just disconnected them. I just took them out. I still have the ones. I have one right here that looks at the piano that way. It's becoming the arm cam. I think I might move it because it just like looks right at my arm, but you can see the keyboard too. And then there's one right above the keyboard looking back the other way. And those are cool. I still use those. And then of course I have the 3 C920s for the guitars. But beyond that, it's like, yeah, for this setup, I feel like in the old studio where there was a lot more reflection, a lot more light available, like the C920 was fine, but in the low light, it just doesn't cut it. It just doesn't quite cut it. Even on the guitar cameras, it's a little iffy. Samsung G8 49-inch Odyssey. Is that a 49-inch? Is that a monitor? Watched his review like 4 times. Yeah, I saw his review, or I don't know if it was a review or if it was just him going off about how much he loved that OLED TV, like the OLED TV that is his like new gaming monitor or whatever. Like, is that the one you're talking about? Was that a Samsung? It might have not been a Samsung. But I was like, man, wow, OLED TVs like have become like they're good enough to use as gaming monitors now. That's crazy. I've never had an OLED screen. They're so gorgeous though. Like I've seen them in stores. I'm just like, man, amazing. But the problem is burn-in, right? So it's like that'd be no good. But no, yeah, I mean, if it's not the same one, if it's something that Linus said is good, then I'm sure it's amazing. All right, so let's go over to. I'm going to save with no one else. Wait, am I going to save it? Because I didn't actually change anything. No, I'm not going to save it. I only changed in the lighting PC. Okay. Oh, I sound a little different now. The bass is gone. The bass is gone. Can we have it back? There it is. Yeah. All right. Yeah, please do, Dimples. Okay, so I haven't listened to this since we worked on it last time. I'm going to throw the sub pack on real quick. And I know that I need to do the pitching here. All these vocals need pitching. And I think we do need to mix this stuff a little bit more. I don't think I've mixed it very much. And then the final outro, I think I wanted to have the very last beat of the outro do some sort of like reverby or delay or something because it just ends very abruptly. And other than that, this thing's done. So it's 11 o'clock my time now. I'd say 4 hours is what I'll give myself for this. So hopefully we can get this done in 4 hours. I think we can. It might be close, but I think we'll be able to do it. But let me grab the sub pack real quick. All right, I think I'm ready. Oh, yeah, it's on. It's like, have you ever felt your head on your back while you're talking? That's what this feels like. It's the weirdest thing. Okay. let's definitely, at the very least, get rid of all that. And then maybe that. Oh, no, no. 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 No.
The only thing that I can
Okay, cool. I think that's good to mess with for now, and then let's do the pitching and then go from there. Melodyne Parent, ready to go. Yeah. So, oh, you know what? That fog machine's on. I'm gonna go kill the fog machine real quick. All right. Yeah, that thing did try to kill me. It's true.
Can want me to save myself. Can want me to save the world.
Oh, I already pitched this. Oh, yeah. I pitched this last week. Okay.
You could have been a shooting star.
Okay, so there's these vocals, there's those vocals. Yeah, so let's just go. Let's do it all. Now, if I turn that on, then I do this. Will this work? Looks like it. Okay, cool.
You could have been a
Let's see how we can make this look best. I guess bring the master down and then I can see everything. Okay, cool. That works. Now, is the algorithm right? No, polyphonic. Okay, universal melodic. I mean, I guess it's melodic, right? Detection analysis. Yeah, redetect. Melodic, percussive, universal. I wonder what universal means. But I think melodic is what a vocal typically is, right? Depends on who you're talking about. Yeah, am I right?
You could have been a shooting star.
You could have been a shooting.
You could have been a shooting star.
All right. Yeah, got to get back into the zone. Got to get back into the zone here.
You could have been a shooting star.
Yeah, you could have. Oh, it looks like it's.
You could have been a shooting. You could have been a. You could have been a shooting star.
Yeah, awesome. God, I love Melodyne so much. All right. Take this sucker down there. Now, all of these, I think, what was it? I think it was Alt. Yeah. All right. God, there's so many. Okay.
You could have been a shooting star.
You could have been a shooting star. I do not know what's going on there.
You could have been a shooting star.
I do not know what that's about. Come on, what's going on here? Why aren't you selected? That's weird. That's weird. It's only doing that. That's interesting. Okay.
You could have been a shooting star. You could have been a shooting star.
I think I'll tighten him up just.
You could have been a You could have been a shooting star. You could have been a shooting star.
Right on, K9. Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
What was that? Oh, man. Dropping the dono coming in from K9 Taser, 20 spot. K9, thank you very much for the 20 spot. And happy Valentine's Day. Hold on, I got the music for this. Here. Oh, jeez. Computer, it's giveaway time. What the heck? That was weird. It didn't go to the giveaway screen. How strange is that? There we go. In honor of K9 dropping the 20 spot on the jam, get in on it if you want in on it. We're going to give away a copy of Circle's Hype Home Hope High Fire album, known fine piano feels 1, 2, or 3. You do have to play if you want to win, so get in on it. K9. K9 is the keyword in honor of K9 dropping a 20 spot on the jam, making this giveaway possible. Thank you very much, K9. Very much appreciated indeed. Ooh, the competition is fierce tonight. The competition is fierce. You have a 1 in 15 chance. This is the night to get in on it on a production night. Here we go. Good luck. Computer award. I'm not going to change the session because I don't want to freak anything out. So I'll just say, we're going to do the thing. Enough with the flag. And the winner is...
It's not rigged.
Congratulations to... Mysticals! You just won yourself a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. Can't win if you don't play, can't play if you're not here. So thanks for being here, Mysticals, and congratulations on winning a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. Go ahead and click the link I just sent you, and the rest will be taken care of. And thank you again to K9 for that very generous dono, making that giveaway possible. Much appreciated. Indeed. 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 What are we doing here? We're doing some pitching, I think, right? All right.
You could have been a shoe.
And this has not been moved yet. It doesn't look like. Yeah, I want to tighten these all up because these are all backings anyway. So what's weird is I guess because I'm doing melodic, I don't usually do the melodic engine. And I guess since it's a melodic engine, I guess it's like it's writing it differently for some reason. So
you could have been a shooting star.
now what would happen if we go to the universal? Does it change? Well, that's a little weird. Percussive? Let's redetect that then. Okay, now it's not. Huh. Okay, let's try reloading Melodyne again. Okay, so this is, oh, polyphonic sustain. No. Why is it? Oh, I see. Okay. So universal, just for some reason, it's not working at all. So let's set the default to melodic. Automatic? All right, let's see what happens on automatic. I trust you, Melodyne. Oh, see, this is what it normally looks like, and that looks messed up. Huh. Even though it's on melodic now. Interesting. All right, let's change the default to melodic, and then let's start it one last time and see what it looks like this time. Because, yeah, it was looking different than it normally does. Yeah, this is what it normally looks like. So I wonder what it was doing, and I wonder what those other tracks sound like now.
You could have been a shooting star. You could have been a shooting star.
Huh. Well. Oh. Okay. So now I have moved them all back to their respective places. I'm going to set the default to melodic. Okay. And then I'm going to kill Melodyne. I'm going to put Melodyne back in. And now we will move these up. Because, yeah, it was looking weird. So now I've reset everything. So all the work is back now to where we were at the beginning. How do I do... Holy moly. I never realized that. You can right click and the menu comes up. That is so ridiculous, dude. That is like so ridiculous. I cannot believe that it's taken me this long to figure that out. That is like laughable. That's like laughable. I can't even, oh my God, I can't even believe this. I can't believe that I've been using Melodyne for this long and I didn't ever click the right mouse button until now. I always go up here, I click and drag, and then I select like that, as opposed to just clicking and go, oh my God. Yeah, live and learn. All right. Okay. So seriously, if I just, oh, you gotta be kidding. Gotta be kidding me, dude. Oh, come on. I was complaining about that the other day. I was like, I wish there was a thing. I wish I could do it. I wish I could do the thing. And here we go. Here we are. I almost went up there. You see that?
Yeah.
Whoops. I don't like that. That's the one thing I still don't like about Melodyne. It'll automatically go to this tool. Like, I wish I could turn it off. I wish you could turn off tools. Like, I wish I could do the multi-tool and then turn it off. What is this? Clip mode, track mode. Yeah, I want the track. Note assignment, pitch tool, formant, amplitude, time. So the time tool. Yeah, I just want that to not turn on at all. Anyway.
You could have been a shooting star.
That looks flat.
You could have been a shooting star. You could have been a shooting star.
Yeah, that's interesting. That got tightened up when I did that. So what we could do is that. And then
you could have been a shooting star.
There we go. All right. And so now. And there it is. Next. Yeah, and see, this one's kind of weird now. It's like thinking that stuff is... Does shift work? Okay, so shift does do that.
You could have been a shooting star. Shoot.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that it jumped the octaves like this. I don't know why.
You could have been a shooting star.
That's okay, though. That'll work. Next.
You could have been a shooting star.
Oh, man, I am so going to get into the habit of using this. Right click, baby. Nice.
You could have been a shooting star.
Well, actually, let's cut this off right there so it doesn't get all weird. You could have been a
Shooting star. Could have been. You could have been. You could have been a shooting star. You could have been a shooting star.
Oh, don't do that.
You could have been a shooting star.
So something's weird right there.
You could have been a shooting star.
I guess it's just that's what I did.
You could have been a shooting star.
That's like some serious vibrato. I don't even know what you call that. Stabrato? Stabrato? That's what we'll call it from now on. Stabrato. When I do this weird vibrato where I go up a half step, go down a whole step, back up sort of to the original up half step, and don't come back down exactly until I go up again.
You could have been a shooting star.
When I don't look at it, it sounds fine. It's fine.
You could have been a shooting star. Could be shoot better. You did You could have been a shooting star. You could have been a shooting star. You could have been a shooting star.
Nice.
You could have been a shooting star. You could shoot. You could have been. You could have been a shooting star.
Did I really jump up there that high?
You could have been a shooting star. You could have been a shooting star. You could have been a shooting star.
How many we got left? 1, 2, 3. Okay, not that bad on this part anyway. Let's. What do I guess I can make these all smaller now. They're done.
You could have been a shooting star. You could been shooting. You could have been a shooting star.
I'll take it. Yeah, these are all just one track. I don't even need to.
You could have been a shooting star.
Now, all of these, since it's falsetto like that, I think I'm just going to let the computer kind of literally, no, I'm not going to do that actually. Nope, we're just going to do it like normal.
You could have been a shooting star. You could have been a shoot. You could have been a shooting. You could have been a shoot. You could have been a shooting star. You could have been a shooting star. You could have been a shooting star.
Is that it? All right.
You could have been a shooting star. A million turns of chance and just a star.
Whoa, what was that? Is it because this has volume automation, so it's following it? Guess so.
A million turns of chance and just a million turns. A million turns of chance. A million turns of chance and just a star. A million turns of chance and just a
Yeah, I think one of the backings has something weird going on. It's been bothering me for days. I'm looking forward to finding it right now.
A million turns of chance and just a star. And just a star. If we're not. And just a star. 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 And just and just a star. And just a star. Star. And just a star. If we're not.
Is it the guitar, maybe? Maybe it's the guitar. Oh, wait, what's going on there? There's another vocal there.
And just
let's go to the other ones and run them, and then we'll see. What the heck? What's up, Drakes? Twitch is almost happening. The editor is Reaper. But yes, I am using Melodyne right now. Oh wait, whoa.
A million turns of chance and just a start.
Okay, there we go.
A million and just a start. Just a
Oh yeah.
just a start. Just a start. Just a start. Just a start.
Wow. Oops.
Just a start. Just a start. Just a start. Just a start.
Nice.
Just a start. Just a start. Just a start. If we're nothing but to bear. Just a start. Just a start. Just a start. Just a start. If we're nothing. A million turns of chance and just a start. If we're nothing but to bear.
I'm gonna get rid of that start. No pun intended.
Just a start. And just a start. If we're and just a start. And just a start. And just a start. If we're nothing but to build it up. And just a start. If we're nothing but to build it up.
Okay, cool. Melodyne. Let's bring you down here, right there. Oh, let's turn that back on.
A million turns of chance and
So definitely right there. Definitely right there. Definitely right there. Definitely right there. I do wish, I love Melodyne, don't get me wrong, but I do wish that it would do this. Like it would look at where the curve starts to bend down, and then it would make these cuts as well. That might be a sensitive thing. That may be something that like it might do, but I just don't know where to look to do that, and I don't care to do it right now. But yeah, that'd be awesome because it would save me a ton of time. Let's see if we just do this. Will it move everything? Kind of, yeah. And if we tighten it all up. Whoops. Okay, and then. Oh, yeah, let's not do that. Let's just do the individual notes. So then same thing here. Just go through and cut them there. Cut it there. That one's already cut. That's good. That's good. Oh, but this one goes, wait, whoa, what is up there? Do that. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. Okay. No, all of them. All right. Yeah! Just to start. I think that's all. A million turns of chance and just a start. If we're nothing but to build an ark, a trillion supernova in the dark. All right. One by one is fine. Oh, this just takes forever, doesn't it? It just takes so long. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. I mean, it used to take way longer because you would have to track in each vocal. Like, I got to remember that. I mean, it used to take so much longer than it even does now. And it still feels long. Oh. Oh, using the truss. Nice. Yes, before ARA, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, ARA is amazing. Not having to analyze it or anything. It just does it. It just analyzes it automatically. It's amazing. And I mean, the basic lack of artifacting that Melodyne has is absolutely phenomenal. It's staggering. I mean, so much time was spent trying to fix artifacting And that was mostly when I was working with like other vocalists where it's like I couldn't sing it again, you know, because like if I ran into something that I did and it's like artifacting and I can't fix it, I'm like, oh, just sing it again real quick, whatever. But like, you know, you run with like a vocalist and it's like they're gone. They left 3 hours ago and now you're sitting here doing all this post-production and you're just like, no. Oh, the good old days.
If we're nothing but to build an ark.
Yeah, let's solo this.
If we're nothing but to build an ark.
Oh, it sounds so funny by itself. Oh, man.
If we're nothing but to build an ark. If we're nothing but to build an ark.
That's interesting.
If we're nothing but to build.
Yeah, that sounds right, but it's crazy how sharp it was. That's super interesting.
If we're nothing but to build an ark. If we're nothing but to build. If we're nothing but to build an ark. If we're nothing but to build.
Wow, I quadded it? That's interesting.
If we're nothing but to. If we're nothing but to build an ark. If we're nothing but to build an ark.
Are we back to left? Oh, no, it's the main, the two backings, and then, yes, okay. I was like, what is up here? But no.
If we're nothing but to build. If we're nothing but to. If we're nothing but to. If we're nothing but to build an ark. If we're nothing but to build an ark. If we're nothing but.
It's just amazing. I mean, I moved this note, like at least, what was it? Oh, 1.5 half steps?
If we're nothing but to.
And it sounds like I sung it that way. It's crazy. Melodine is insane. It's absolutely insane. Let's do that.
If we're not. If we're. If we're nothing but to build an ark. If we're nothing but to build an ark.
Let's see if that one. Yeah. Nice. I mean, maybe kill that one a little bit. Let it go back down. There you go. Nice. I'll leave the other ones the way they are. Same here. Cut this off. Yeah, there you go.
If for nothing but to build an ark. If for nothing but to build an ark.
Ah, yeah. Yes. Yes. I just want to hear this whole part now.
You could have been a shooting star. A million turns of chance and just a start. If for nothing but to build an ark.
Ha 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 ha. Trillionth. So let's see. We have these backings. I think right this moment, I'll mute them. And we'll pitch those after we pitch all of these. And where did Melodyne go? There you are. You know, this version of Melodyne, you can put Melodyne like on every vocal, and then you can see all of the vocal tracks in one Melodyne track or one Melodyne instance. And I'm just like, you know, for some reason, I'm just not, there's so much going on when I do that. I kind of like just dragging them up, rendering them out, and then going back. I mean, you know, if there's like 5 vocals, I might do that. But when there's so many vocals like this, I don't want to run that many instances of it. I would rather just run one instance, get it in there, do the correction, render it out, and then know that the whole session's really clean. And I don't know if that's just like a mental thing or what, because like, I mean, I know that it takes more processing to run Melodyne, so like maybe there's some sort of like underlying thing that I'm feeling like if I use more of them, I'll start to really press my resources and then I'll have to up my latency some more. So that could probably play into it a little bit. But mostly I think it's an orderliness thing. It just gets so chaotic when you have so many instances and so many edits and they're all in real time. And that's the thing that I think maybe that's coming back from the old school auto-tune days. I don't really trust the real-time pitch correction, even though with Melodyne, it's been great. Like Melodyne has great real-time performance. I don't think I've ever had an issue where it's like I pitch a bunch of stuff and then next time I play through this song, there's weird artifacting or it's not doing it right or something like that. I've never really had that. So I don't think it's really a fear of that. I don't think that should be a fear, but it just feels really nice knowing that like the pitch is corrected, it's laid in, it's rendered in. You don't have a bunch of, you know, extra rendering or processing going on in real time in a bunch of different instances and a bunch of different tracks. And it's just clean. And that's why I do that. Okay, let's see here.
A trillion supernova.
Trillion. Wow, look at that. That's a pretty straight note right there. Holy moly. Hey, it don't happen much, but when it does. When it happens, you know I'm going to tell you about it. I'm still going to correct it, though.
A trillion.
Yeah.
A trillion. A trillion super. A trillion supernova.
Okay, there's an artifact. So let's go back a couple steps. So that's just in the track. That's literally what happened. That is it right there. So that just was weird. I don't think I could duplicate that if I had every motivation to. So I'll just have to accept that. This is one of those. We'll see how it sounds like in the mix. I might I might just cut it. I might just cut it out once we get it rendered.
In the dark.
Man, not bad. Not bad. I'm still going to slam that up, though. Punch up time.
In the dark.
Let's definitely cut that there and then let this one kind of breathe.
In the dark.
There we go. It's the little things, you know? It's the little things. Yeah, you don't even hear it when it's like in the full mix. All right, so tighten that one up a little bit. And then got these guys, and then I muted all those. Oh, but we have all these too. Holy moly. So I muted those. We don't hear those right now. So I'll do these, and I'll go do those, and then that'll be that. Oh, we're getting somewhere. I think we're over halfway done now. Uh-oh. These aren't on a grid. Yikes. Just got to keep them nice and tidy. I didn't realize we were working with such a low note. Blah. All right, let's make sure these stay straight. Nice. No. Oops. Yeah. I'm sure it looks very stringent, but you know, when you're dealing with these backing vocals that are just really laid in, it's not really cause for worry. And another one. Uh-oh. Got weird. There we go. No. Now let's move this down on top of this one. Ah. You can't edit the full body when it's that small. We have these, and I think the ones I muted under here, right? Yeah, these. Okay. Okay. Nope, what's going on? What's up, Rasta man? Thank you, Good Flag. No. Bah. Ooh, that one's. Holy moly. I love it. Oh no, it's not. Oh no. Hey, keep this between us, all right? Oh man. All right, let's make these little. Somebody was into it the other night. Oh man. No good sound. Oh man.
You could have been a shooting star. A million turns of
What's up, Jab?
and just a start for nothing but to build an ark. A trillion supernova in the dark.
Yeah, we just need to mix that stuff. Just need to level it in, and then that'll be good to go. So now let's do these. Unmute that. Bring Melodyne down to right there. And I guess we could just do the whole thing all the way to the back. Do all of them. While we're here. Oh gosh. Let's see here. Where do I? There. Hey, I was watching. I did CDs. CDs are going out first thing tomorrow morning. Everybody getting a giveaway. It'll be on the way tomorrow morning. I watched Star Trek Generations while I was doing it. Dude, that movie holds up. That movie holds up. That movie is still awesome. Do you remember how crazy it was to hear Data swear for the first time? And Generations was also when Data first turned on his emotion chip. Amazing. And then also like marrying the two franchises, like the original Star Trek with Kirk and the Star Trek with Picard, and seeing them work together. Unreal. Hey, take it easy, audiophile. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you later. That movie still kills it. I love it. It's good.
Yeah! Yeah!
In the
Wow, that wasn't bad at all.
dark, in the dark, in the
I watched First Contact. I watched them backwards, but I watched First Contact while I was doing CDs last week. And that that's one of my favorite. I think that's probably my favorite Star Trek. First Contact. First Contact, so legit. The Borg take over the Enterprise. I mean, come on. How awesome is that? And then you find out that there's a Borg queen and she's like more human than like anybody ever. Like, oh, so awesome. And then like she almost turns Data to the Borg willingly. Like, oh, dude, so good. So good. Hey, by the way, spoilers. Spoilers from movies from 20 years ago. FYI. All right? Yeah, awesome. Uh-oh. I think only that one did it. Oh, I guess it did it. All right. Whoops. Spoiling a 1994 movie in 2020. I know, right? That just shows you the accomplishments of this channel. We know how to do it right. We know how to do it right. I have not watched Discovery or Picard, but I have watched, who's the dude who Red Letter Media? Is that the name of their YouTube channel? It's the dude who did those like postmortems on like the prequels, on the Star Wars prequels, and he like kind of talks like just like he talks like that. And then him and the guys he works with started doing like actual movie reviews, or they would sit down together and like just talk about the movies and stuff. And I watched their reviews of like the new franchises and laughed very hard. But no, I haven't watched any of the new stuff.
Yeah! Yeah!
Ah.
Yeah!
I don't even know what key we're in anymore. Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you for hanging out during this difficult time. Let's see. Yeah, that looks good. All right. Oh, and then this, yeah, that next part.
In the dark,
It sounds like the gate's a little too gnarly. Oh, but that's on the main vocal, so I think it might be okay on the other ones. Yeah, there's something about like First Contact and Generations and all those films. I did watch Insurrection and Nemesis as well. I think it's only those four, right? I mean, of course, First Contact and Generations are my go-to, but like, I love they did such a good job on like the set design in those two movies and like the costumes, like the Starfleet uniforms look so, even now, they look so nice. They look so like clean and stiff and like pressed. Like they just look really good. And like the little, I don't know what you call them, their little rank insignia or whatever, like everything, like the what is it called? What's the communicator deal? Is it the communicator? Is that what they call it? The communicator? Like the communicators, everything, like the costume design on those films was just, it's so nice. Like they did such a great job on those. They really upped it from like the TV series. Still looks fantastic. And like the way they shot them, I mean, it's like almost like they were shot like, I don't know. I have no idea how they shot them, but they're just gorgeous. Lit beautifully and everything. Great. Great, great, great. Like I have really no complaints about those films. They were so well done and they still hold up. I've seen the Orville. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Sneaky lurking in the car. Nice. That movie's Why You Got a Borg Tattoo? Oh my God, that's awesome. Right on, Socks. Back to Lurkyville. Yeah, that's what I heard. It was very different, Baldwin. Burn down the traditional. Hey, yeah, I feel you there. I've been meaning to go back on and like watch all 7 seasons. I started the first couple seasons of the original start of TNG. That was my jam. Like I love that. I love that series. Picard. Had a huge crush on Troy. And Dr. Crusher at times. TOS. Come on now. Oh. Oh, man. No offense to JJ, but he should have looked at cinematography for First Contact and Generations. Yeah, the reboots are just a totally different ball game. I really like the first one. I thought the first one was cool. How, spoiler alert, just involving like the red matter and Spock and yeah, like I really like the first one. I was cool with that one. The other one's kind of like, you know, I feel like that same thing happened with like some of the other Star Treks. It's like, yeah, it's okay, it's entertaining. It's all right. It's all right. Carl Urban, who did he play? I'm not very familiar with the actors' names, to be honest with you. Bones, yes, he was excellent in the new Star Trek. Yes. I thought that's who you were talking about, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, he was super good. He really he played great homage to Bones for sure. Yeah, he's a good actor. Oh no, did I not do the last 2? I don't think I did the last 2. Okay, I got to go back and do these 2. I didn't do them. Psych. Okay. So now, oh no, I got messed up. Oh no, are we okay? I think that's right. All right, let's move these up.
In the dark, in the dark.
Let's tighten them up first. Let me kind of see where we stand. These are. Let's see how that artifact sounds in context. I gotta go tame down the opening consonant. But other than that, I think those sounded good. I still have to pitch the other ones too, so I don't want to get too ahead of myself. That sounded okay. But yeah, let's get rid of that. Yeah, it's completely off from each other. We just need the main to do that sound. We don't need all these backings to be cluttering it up with that. Almost there. We're almost there. Very close now. Because, yeah, we did all those already. So, yeah, we just have to do these. Sweet. Oh, so close. I haven't saved in forever. Save immediately. Save immediately. Save. They put dirt bikes in a Star Trek movie. That's right, they did. That's right. That's right. Dude, turn that gate down, bruv. Where is that? Where are you? Where is this? Is this me? Yeah, I kind of like letting that one waver a little bit because it's the main vocal. Doesn't have to be so crazy. Is that? Yeah. Looks good. Is this it? Is this literally it? Sweet. These two. Whoa. Dark in the dark. In the dark. In the dark. Okay, now these, since it's a backing, I am going to lock them up just a little bit. Bring these up just a little more. Oh, that didn't sound bad at all. Cool, 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 cool. And then one more. One more. The dark. Okay, I think vocals are done being pitched. I do believe. Let's take this all the way down. Yeah, we did. Did we do that though? Did we do those? I don't know if we did that one. Did we do that one? I don't think we did these two. Let's double check. Let's see what's up here. Let's take a look here. Take a look-see. That doesn't look affected to me. It looks... And if it was, well, it's even better now. And this is the last one. Okay, that one looks... Either I sang that really well or I've definitely done something to that. I may have just sang that one nice. I'm just going to leave that one. All right. Come on, Reaper. Scroll on down, get the thing on down on the deal with the deals and the things and the things and the deals. Let's get them down there. All right, so I want you down here, and then intro can go above that, and then that'll go down to the bottom. Collapse it down, scrunch it up. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's collapse all the tracks. Let's get master back down to its regular size. That's me, so I can't do anything about that. But do that, and then that's already tiny. Let's just get everything really tiny, so now we can go back into final mixing with everything kind of compressed down. Any kind of adjustments we want to make, we can easily get to the tracks we want to adjust. And, yep. That thing there, that thing there. All right. Bring this up to 0, then bring this down to 15, so we have more control over it.
You could have been a shooting star. A million turns of chance and just a start. If for nothing, you could have been a shooting star. 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 A million turns of chance and just a start. Shooting star. You could have been a shooting star. A million turns of chance and just a start. If for nothing but to be a million turns of chance and just a start. Chance and just a start. A million turns of chance. A million turns. A million. A million turns of. A million turns of chance. A million turns of chance and just a start. If for nothing but to build an ark. If for nothing but to build an ark. If for nothing but to build an ark. A trillion supernova in the dark.
Where is Damage? Where are you, Damage? I need you. Where did you go? I don't see you. Damage? Damage? You must be here somewhere. Where are you, Damage? Are you in there? Damage, there you are. Oh, so it is in there.
Build an ark. A trillion supernova. Shooting star. Shooting star. A million turns of chance and just a start.
Thank you, Goose. It's for talk. What's going on? Yeah, for this one, I feel like I need to add the piano thing again. So what we could do then is if we find the piano, wherever it is, here's the piano. So there's the original. Dun, 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 and dun. Let's see if we copy this and then. Bum 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 bum. Okay, so that's great. Okay, so then let's copy this to there. And then duplicate the track. Get rid of all of that, except that. And then and done. And then I think they're all totally up. Good. And then make it like that long. And let's say, I think it's cool. It's muted now. And then let's reverse this. Get it right there. Also, what I want here, let's save this. I'll just insert. I know I should have this already done, and I don't really feel like using a pre-made one. I never really do. I always just kind of make them fast drums. I mean, I just want, yeah, whatever, fast drums. That's fine. Well, I don't. Is this? Oh, good. It is Contact. Excellent. Okay, cool. Good. Fast drums. Yeah, that's what I want. That's funny. I didn't bring out the, let's see. Let's just copy this and paste it. Let's actually get rid of this. And then just like do this, like do it like that, and then this. And then scrunch that up, and then same thing with this. We'll just copy it over, and reverse that. I know I take forever to do this, and it's so dumb. I really should just have like some symbol swells. But I mean, I use those three symbols. I usually don't use those three symbols, so like it leaves it open to at least make it a little different each time. You know, at least that's what I tell myself. Whatever helps you sleep at night. Let's add a little compression to it too, so it stays a little bit longer. I do have Soothe 2. I don't have Soothe 2, but I have the original Soothe. I forgot about that. I should totally use that on this. What's better about Soothe 2 versus Soothe 1? So what is it that I wanted to do right there? Like, let's see. Yeah, it's like a, how would you, you'll see, I'll put it on here in a few minutes. I'll put the original Soothe on there because I do have the original Soothe. It like, it takes, here's my theory. And I could be totally wrong about this, but I'm just going to say it thinking that maybe this is what it does. It takes reverberating, harmonizing frequencies and comb filters them by reducing their gain. And so when you look at it, it looks like a comb filter, and it like does it at multiples of a frequency. And you can target frequencies too. You can like target where you want it to act, but it basically will take out multiples, mathematical multiples of harsh frequencies, and you can target them. So it doesn't just, you can intelligently do it, like just let it kind of work it, but you can also target. So it's pretty cool. So like if you find like a vocalist you're working with, or if your own vocal has like a weird area that you don't really like, you can like use Soothe to even that out. And it's really a great plugin. I totally forgot I even had it, but thank you, Babyler, for reminding me because I totally forgot. But yeah, it's great. It's really, really good. It's very resource intensive. So I was wondering what Soothe 2 is. Like if Soothe 2 is easier on the resources, that'd be awesome because it is, man, it hogs resources. It adds a ton of latency. Okay, so let's see. Oh yeah, the ending. Yeah, I think what we'll do is throw that drum thing here. Did it not bring with it the yeah, because what other stuff is going on here? I forgot. Oh, that's just literally a EQ thing. So let's see. So I'm thinking what we do then is throw a reverb on here. Put that in the envelope and go to 0. And then right there, go to 100 and make it nice and long. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And then it sounds like it ends right about there. So we'll select all the way back to the beginning of the session. And then we want to find, first we'll make the region, create region from selection, and then we'll see exactly when it starts. Okay. So we've got SSL, we've got ProQ. And let's add Soothe. Oh, the latency. Oh, man. What if I go back here? Okay, back here, it's okay. Holy moly. Alteris, is that how many? 39 months. Thank you so much for the continued support. Almost a quattro dubes. Holy moly. Much appreciated, Eve. What's going on? How you doing? How you doing? What's happening? Handle, how you doing? Bits and Crafts in the house. I didn't see you there. What's happening? Frankier, what's up? I was wondering how Bill Denark was doing. Doing really well. Doing really well. Looking forward to getting the sucker done. Oh, that latency. So I think I can, if I can outsmart the computer by hitting play on this session. And so now my voice, if I go to this tab, I can turn off. There we go. Look at that. This is another amazing thing about Reaper. I can turn off my voice in this session, which all this stuff is processing. And this session is still playing with my voice coming through with no latency. And then I can still work on this session with a ton of latency. Isn't that, come on. I mean, right? Come on. Amazing. Reaper's amazing. All right. So let's see here. We have Elevate going. We have Soothe going. Now, unfortunately, I don't want to get DMCA'd, so I'm not going to be playing my comp through the stream. And I'm probably not going to be playing my comp really at all right now. So I guess technically I'm not going to be mastering. But I am going to be doing like a final mix, and we'll see how it goes. What the holy moly was that? Was that a 9 subscriber giftage bundle that just rolled in from Alteris McKent? Are you kidding me right now? Hold on a second. How many is that for you? 80 total in the channel? Holy moly. One moment, please. Let me just squeeze these bad boys up here. All squeezed. Ready to go. This thing is ready to be final mixed. Holy moly. I'm saving it right now. There we go. We're out of there, and I'm going to hit stop on there. Holy moly, what is going on here? We got a multiple subscription gift that's coming at the jam.
Year of Alteris McKent, yes!
Whoa.
Year of Alteris McKent, yes!
Hey, Frank Your Music, Josia, Rustlin, TVGL, and A. Carey. You know, once in a lifetime, the opportunity to subscribe for the first time comes around. And Alteris McKent has just taken that opportunity for you. I love you, man. Subscribers power the channel, and you are all now doing that.
Year of Alteris McKent, yes!
Hey, Rights of Gloom, your second month seal's just been destroyed.
Year of Alteris McKent, yes!
And Zedros, 2 months for you as well.
Year of Alteris McKent, yes!
And King Silver Death, half of a rotation.
Year of Alteris McKent, yes!
Alteris, thank you so much. Coming in with a 9 subscriber giftage bundle, putting us over the edge. Feels good. Much appreciated indeed. Computer, it's giveaway time. Well, look at this. Putting us over the edge for a giveaway. Alter. That's all I can fit in. It's all I can fit in before you can't see it anymore. So if you went in on this in honor of Alteris McKent, type Alter into the chat. No caps, no spaces, no numerals, just the letters ALTAR, forming the word Alter in honor of us hitting 10 subscribers on the day, although we have hit 11. But we hit 10 subs on the day. We're doing a compact disc giveaway. If you win, you'll be able to choose from Circles, Hype, Home, Hope, High Fire, Album, Known, Fine, Piano, Feels Fine, 2 or 3. It'll be signed. It'll be shipped anywhere in the world. You do have to play if you want to win. You got to be here if you want to play. So that's 1 for 2. Let's go for 2 for 2, baby. 2 for 2. And good luck. Computer award. And the winner is, congratulations to Zoda Siegel. You just won yourself a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. Can't win if you don't play. Can't play if you're not here. So thanks for being here, Eagle, and congratulations on winning a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. A second giveaway winning, it looks like. Very nice.
I'm going to change the message here because we've been spammed by Twitch lately thinking I'm spam. There you go. There's the link. Go ahead and click that link and the rest will be taken care of. Thanks again for being here, Zoda Siegel, and congratulations. And thank you again to Alteris coming in with that 9 subscriber giftage bundle, putting us over the edge for a CD giveaway. Much appreciated, Alteris. Thank you for that incredibly generous support. Much appreciated indeed. Apparently not, Goose. Apparently not. Apparently I'm a spammer extraordinaire. I'm just glad they haven't banned me. You are permanently suspended for spam. Too many giveaways. Could you imagine? Oh man, you've been suspended for 24 hours. I could see that happening. I could see like an automatic thing happening because so many, I've sent the link to the wrong people enough times, you know? Okay, so we've got everything rolling. Let's see if we can do like a little basic master mix deal here without any references, unfortunately, because I can't play any reference music through the stream.
I mean, I guess I could technically play my own stuff through the stream, but I'll have to set that up because I don't have a comp set up for that yet. So we'll get that going up here shortly in the next few production streams. But holy moly, we got a song done. Wow. All right, cool. Well, let's do some listening and see where we are. I know the first part, I'm down with that. So let's see. I want to hear the SSL on this part. I put a de-esser on these guys. Backing Vox. Nope. Wait, there's a de-esser right there. Maybe the de-esser needs to be after all that stuff. Nah. Wow, that sounds like it needs to go earlier. Let's put it before the compressor.
As if 1,000 moves of chance. As if 1,000 moves of chance.
Wow.
Was not.
Maybe let's add another one after the RVox. Let's see.
As if 1,000 moves. As if 1,000 moves of chance. As if 1,000 moves of chance. As if 1,000 moves of chance was not enough. Who took a fall? Who took a fall and made you a god?
chords on these.
Can want me to save myself. Can want me
Like, I was not cleaning while I was recording. You know, sometimes that's how it goes. Sometimes you're just on the move. I think that's what this was. I was on the move on this, you know? Like I was saying, I've said it a couple times, just like I was very much, I wanted to get moving on this album. I'm so stoked. I mean, I'm so absolutely ecstatic that we are actually moving. It's awesome.
can want me to save myself.
What is going on right there? Is that? Yeah, that's just how I sing it. Okay.
Can want me to save the world.
Yeah, see, that one's louder for sure. So
Can want me to save myself. Can want me to save the world. The only thing that I can tell.
You could have been a shooting star. A million turns of chance and just a start.
no, I don't want to mess with this. I don't want to mess with this because that's different. So what I'm going to do is do the trim volume, which is that. So it's basically just a second volume. So I'm going to raise this whole volume up a little bit.
A million turns of chance and just
That was a lot. That was like 3 dB, way too much.
a million turns of chance and just a start. For nothing but to build an ark.
Yeah, there we go.
A trillion supernova in the dark.
Nice. Cats, what's happening?
In the dark.
Yeah, there we go. It's not so abrupt.
In the dark. In the dark.
Yeah, nice, cool. Okay, let's listen to the whole thing. You know what? Let's listen to this part. I'm still not totally 100% on this part.
You could have been a shooting star. A million turns of chance and just a start. For nothing but to build an ark.
Oh God, that payoff is so much better now with that cymbal swell and with the piano swell. But the if for nothing but to build an arc is way too sibilant. So let's see here. Oh, maybe it's because we don't have a de-esser on it. Maybe it's that, Mr. Montego. I don't think there's a de-esser on any of them, right? Nope. Very nice. Studio Unknown. Studio Unknown. 2 years ago, we joined together to ask what the future would hold. We are tied together. Tell them what we've been. Subscribers power the channel, and you, Studio Unknown, have continued to do that for 2 complete rotations. Thank you. Studio Unknown, what's going on? Thanks for the 24 months. Wowzer. Really appreciate that. Welcome back. Hi away. What's going on? How you doing? Box is in the house. Box, you've been hanging out, right, tonight? Or was that yesterday? We're in blur territory. Oh, Nero, what's going on? Right on. Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. What was I going to say? Yes, Goose asked the question, what's the string plugin you used in the outro? Every string in this, with the exception of the Joshua Bell violin, is Spitfire Audio's symphony strings, and a various patch of those, which are down here. Give you a little quick look at the interface here. Studio strings. Oh, I'm also using Eric Whitaker Choir, but let's see here. Studio strings. So Joshua Bell, who makes that again? Well, it's called Joshua Bell Violin, and it's by these guys. I forget what's their name. But if you look up Joshua Bell Violin VST or virtual instrument, you'll find it. It's amazing. Oh, I love this violin. It's absolutely it's staggering. But then all the other strings are the Spitfire stuff. So this stuff, Spitfire symphonic strings. I love the Spitfire stuff. I was talking about that the other day. They had a Thanksgiving sale, like a Black Friday sale, and they had some good sales. But I was like, dude, I can't do it, man. It's just their stuff is so expensive. It's so good, but it's so expensive. And I really want their chamber strings. At some point, I'd like to get their chamber strings. We were talking about maybe doing an endorsement, and they were open to that, but I just never followed up. Maybe I could do that or something. But anyway, so let's see here. Let's close this guy up. Yep, that there with the deal there. Oh wait, no, that's the intro. But then, wait, I'm confused. Oh yeah, okay. Oh yeah, because it's muted. Because that's the actual intro part. Okay, cool. Yeah. So there you go. That's what I'm using. What was I gonna do? I was gonna listen to that thing, but there was something else I actually wanted to do. What was it? It was the vocals. Oh, the de-esser for the backings there. Yeah. If for nothing but to. Which one is it? So it's that. Yeah. So it's just these. Okay, cool. De-esser. And let's put the de-esser before the reverb.
If for nothing but to build it up. If for nothing but to build it up. If for nothing but to build. If for nothing but to build an ark.
Oh, it's so much better. Isn't that insane? I don't know if it's coming through on Twitch because how Twitch rolls off the compression and stuff, but without the de-esser,
If for nothing but to build.
I mean, it is so sibilant. Embertone, that's it, Goose. Yeah, they make that Joshua Bell violin is like, oh man, it's so good. It's got so many articulations and they all sound exquisite. Like Joshua Bell, not only is he absolutely just a genius violin player, but the effort that he put in to make that virtual instrument. And I was thinking about it. I was like, why would somebody put in so much effort to make a virtual instrument? And it was like, oh yeah, it's because it's like, it's so great that like it makes you want to use it. So the likelihood of using it is higher. And the likelihood of Joshua Bell being remembered in perpetuity is higher because of that. You know what I mean? It's almost like he's sort of like, it's like an episode of Black Mirror or something where like he is laying his psychology into a plugin and like recorded it so immaculately, and he has so many articulations and there's so many options in it. And it's like, it's got this like AI functionality. Obviously I know nothing about it. All I know is it sounds absolutely phenomenal. And it has so many little tweaker knobs and just so many little things in it that you can mess with to make it just to bring out the best in it. It's such a great VST. It's amazing. Really, really great. I'm definitely going to be using it more down the road too. But it is a solo violin. So I usually, like what I've done with this one is I have the violin 1 and 2s from and the violas from the Spitfire Symphonic Library. And then I put the Josh Bell thing just right on top. So it's just a little bit more variation over like that kind of body of violin. But yeah, I can't say enough good things about that plugin. Anyway, that was super sibilant.
If for nothing but to build an ark.
Much better. Now, how does the first part sound now?
You could have been a shooting star.
See, that's way too much taken out of it now. So what I need to do then, I don't think it needed anything. I think it was good before. So what I'll do then is we'll go to the, right click on this, FX parameters, de-esser, we'll do bypass, and then we'll just bypass it for the first one and then unbypass it for the second one.
You could have been a shooting star.
And then
If for nothing but to build an ark.
yeah. Killer.
You could have been a shooting.
Is that true, Goose? That's awesome. So you know more about him than I do then, for sure. But his VST is really good.
You could have been a shooting star. A million turns of chance and just a start. For nothing but to build an ark.
Okay, in the actual mix, that's a little hot. Or a little, it's not hot. It's actually the opposite of hot. It needs to come back a little bit in the mix. Let's see here.
For nothing but to build. For nothing but to build an ark. For nothing but to build an ark. For nothing but to build an ark. A trillion supernova.
Super.
A trillion supernova.
Let's see.
A trillion supernova.
Yeah, it's just the is way too much. You know what we'll do? Instead of volume automation, let's just bring it down. So what we'll do, hey, does this work? Let's check it out. Reaper DS.
A trillion supernova.
It worked. It worked. Oh, that's awesome. I have a script set up that if I tell it to DS, it'll separate where I've highlighted, bring it down 5 dB, and then move it ahead and play back for me so I can audition. Because sometimes I like to go through and like reduce all the S's in the whole song. But there's so many vocals in this song, I think I'm just gonna trust the DSer in most of the situations.
A trillion supernova. Trillion supernova.
Except here.
Supernova. Supernova. Yes, supernova. Yes, supernova.
Reaper DS.
A trillion supernova. Yes, supernova. Yes, supernova. Yes, supernova. A trillion supernova. In the dark.
In the dark. In the dark.
Oh no. TOS. Let's see here. All right. Let's listen from the top now because I think we're pretty much getting there. I'm thinking I might want to bring the swells over from that ending part over to where this drops. We'll see how it sounds this time, but I have a feeling that might be needed. Oh yeah, and that volume too. Yeah. Let's just go ahead and preemptively bring it up a little.
Who took a fall?
Yeah, I think I do want to bring the swell in there. Dude, that is still annoying me. I kept thinking I was fixing it, but it's jumped too much. So it's too early, right? I mean, it's on the beat, right? Let's see. 72 to 225.50, 75.3. Yeah. So that is it. I mean, is it really? Is it like, is that what it is? Keep moving. So maybe that's what's still early? Oh, it's that one. That one's super early. I wasn't even seeing it. It was staring me right at the face. Right at the face? Okay. Oh, wait. Keep moving. Keep moving. I like to DMC.
Come on, me to say. Come on, me to. Come on, me to say. Come on, me to. Come on, me to. Come on, me to. Come on, me to say. 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 Come on, me to save my. Come on, me to. Come on, me to save myself. Come on, me to save.
That is early.
Come on, me to save. Come on, me to save. Come on, me to save. Come on, me to save.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. All right, so.
Come on, me to save myself. Come on, me to save. Come on, me to save.
And do I want to leave these just fading in?
Come on, me to save myself. Come on, me to save myself. Save. Come on, me to save. Come on, me to. Come on, me to save. 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 Come on, me to save myself.
What if I just get rid of them?
Come on, me to save myself. Come on, me to save myself.
And then instead, is that for that one? Okay, so then let's throw in the volume here and just kind of let this glide up over time.
Come on, me to save myself. Come on, me to save the world. Come on, me to. Come on.
Dude, I must have been in the zone the other night and like I was not being Mr. Editor. I was being Mr. Singer. I was like not paying attention to clicks and pops and all that jazz. Oh, listen to those breaths. That's unacceptable. You are failing out of your audio editing 101 class from Academy of Art University, that's for sure. like not have, it doesn't have preserved PDC. That's why. So PDC is the delay that happens when you're monitoring, and Reaper has the option to leave that delay in because you were changing your performance based on how you were hearing it in the headphones, or you can have it ignore the delay and it'll just put it how it's timed correctly versus on when you recorded it in. And typically I leave the delay because I change, I think that we naturally change and adjust to the stuff depending on how we're hearing it. There was one time where I was recording a guitarist who actually had an issue with the PDC, and he was such an incredibly gifted, meticulous tactician of musical genius that like he played so fast and so meticulously that like he heard the PDC and he was like, dude, it's something's delayed, man, something's messed up. And I mean, we were at like, I don't even remember what the latency was at, but it was very, very low and he still heard it. But then I turned off a plugin, which didn't even have a latency. It had like, I mean, it was literally in like the thousands of samples. It was like, it was so ridiculous. But he heard it. And then as soon as I turned that off, he was like, oh yeah, it's better.
Come on me to save myself. Come on me to save the world. The only thing that I can tell.
Move that one a little too much.
The only thing that I can tell. The only thing that I can tell.
Let's get rid of the T sound here from the backings because it was off.
I can tell.
You could have
Come on me to save myself. Come on me to save the world. The only thing that I can tell.
You could have been a shooting star. A million turns of chance and just a start. If we're nothing but to build an ark. A trillion supernova in the dark. A trillion supernova in the dark. A trillion supernova in the dark. A trillion supernova in the dark.
In the dark. In the dark.
How would damage sound right there too? Uh-oh.
In the dark.
Is that what's...
In the dark. In the dark.
I think damage is giving me a little bit of a clip on the low end. I think it might be clipping elevate a little bit. Oh my god, that's so bassy, dude. Oh man. There it is. There it is. What's up, Cowbobs? So let's see here. Okay, yeah. So when it first comes in, yeah. I mean, it already has a cymbal swell. I don't know. You know what I think it needs is the thing with the deal. There it is.
You could have been a shooting star.
Whoops. Oh, it's muted. That's why. Wait, no, it. So I guess what we need to do is make that a nice long note so it gets to where it needs to be. Where is the thing? So then in that case, we want it to take see what it sounds like just in the mix. Yeah, that's cool, but maybe start it a little later. Right on, Goose. Take it easy. Thanks for hanging out. Take it easy, K9. Thank you. Yeah, we just need to go a little bit longer. Maybe this one. Let's make it really short here, and then that way. Whoa. Maybe a little faster.
only thing that I can tell.
You could have been a shooting star. A million turns of chance and just a start. For nothing but to build an ark. A trillion supernova in the dark. A trillion supernova. A trillion supernova in the dark. A trillion supernova in the. A trillion supernova in the. A trillion supernova in the dark. A trillion supernova in the dark.
In the dark. In the dark.
I think we'll bring the damage down just a taste.
In the dark. In the dark.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, and then there was one thing I wanted to add. I'm thinking on the, I think I'll mute this now, and then I will unmute the intro. And I think it should be good. But there was one thing I wanted to do with the FM8, I think, up here. Yeah, leave that muted. Yeah, that sounds great. Okay, cool. I wanted that right there. I just wanted that last.
Who took a fall and made you a god?
Okay, it's fun listening time. I'm going to go up to 512 on this. Check, check, check. Okay. All right. Okay, so how many tracks we up to? 133. Nice. All right, let's really collapse everything down as much as we can here. You know, I know that these are muted, but I'm just going to manually mute them as well, just in case. I mean, I could just get rid of them. I probably should just get rid of them, but like just in case I need to go back and like I want to mute that stuff while I take a listen, I can leave those there and then turn them back on. So I'll leave them for now. All right, cool. to turn up the volume now so I can just enjoy this because this has been a week of effort. All right, save it. Just thinking maybe I should render it out faster than real time and then listen to it, because that's when you really know something's wrong. But if something's wrong and it really points itself out, I should be able to stop it and fix it. So yeah, let's do that. All right. And you made it go.
You could have been a shooting star. A million turns of chance and just a start for nothing but to build an ark. A trillion supernova in the
Okay. All right. Yeah, that feels pretty good. I'm nothing immediately jumped out at me. I definitely want to I'm going to need to hear it on the other headphones. I should probably, cuz yeah, it's awkward not being able to master it on the stream cuz all those songs would be DMCA'd, which is super unfortunate cuz I really enjoyed mastering on stream. I think what I'll do is I'll just make a comp of my stuff. I'll just start mastering to my stuff. And then maybe like when I'm done with an album, I'll do a final master like off stream to like AAA stuff that won't get DMCA'd. Man, it's such an unfortunate thing. But 'tis the reality of the situation. So yeah, I'll set that up for, soon because I would say probably if I just put almost like a platter, like a sample platter of like all of like some stuff from Fine. Cause really for the mastering, I'm only truly listening for the bass, like the really deep bass. And like my own music is okay for that. It's like, it's one of those things you don't want to get into like a little like Stockholm syndrome type deal with your own music. Cause then it's like you start mastering only to that. And it's like you start incrementally going farther and farther away from sort of like an average. It's like I really like to hear the AAA comps just for like an average. I need to update those anyway. I mean, my comps are from like years ago, so I should update those anyway. But yeah, I mean, probably if I just mastered against my own stuff, it'd be fine because that stuff I mastered my stuff against all that AAA stuff, and really, it's like that's what you're doing. I'm just looking for really low bass stuff just to make sure there's nothing out of control that's going to destroy the bass. And then the twinkles, like the twinkly twinks of the high end and like the high mids and stuff. So it's not absolutely detrimental to not be able to have those AAA masters. And like I said, when I'm done with the album, I could probably do it like a quick pass with like some AAA stuff just to spot check it. But for the most part, it's just I have no reference at this point in time for what the bass sounds like compared to other stuff, and I don't want to risk it. Because I uploaded, I mean, not to mention just Twitch, but like I've uploaded some of my previous stuff to YouTube and like I got DMCA'd for my master comps. So I know it's a fact. It does happen. Oh, wow. Well, there we are. We're done with one. Man, what a relief. Cool. Okay, so I guess what I'll do, I think I will... I'll get a comp set up and then what is today? Is today Sunday? Yeah. It's now Monday. But I'll get a comp set up and then we'll just do that first thing next production stream. I'll do a quick master of this and then I'll bounce it out and then I'll put it in the sub Discord and anybody who wants it can just go download it from there. Cuz I would bounce it out now. I just don't want it to blow out anybody's speakers. Like if the bass is too low or something. It's like, cause there's some damage stuff going on and everything. And so, yeah, I'll just spot check it against my master comp. I'll do a master comp real quick before next stream. And then I'll get that ready. And then I'll do that first thing. I'll do it at the beginning of the stream and I'll bounce it out. And then that'll be that. Good times. What's up, Johnny? Thank you. Is this a new Muse track? Hey, is this a new Muse track? Did Muse hire you to make a Muse track? This is a Muse track, eh? I would try to play off the who's that, but I can't do it right now. We'll save it. We'll save it for some time. I'm sure it'll come up again. I can't help it, man. They're part of me. They are part of me now. The black holes and revelations are just ingrained. I was talking about that a couple weeks ago or last week or sometime. I don't know. It's all blur. But I was talking about how it's super interesting listening to those old records now. Like Origin and Symmetry is one of my favorite albums, but I don't listen to it very often. But like when I do listen to it now, it's so funny hearing the production now because I listen to it like with a producer's ear. Because when I first heard that album, I had never been in a studio, you know? I mean, I was recording like little trinkets. But like I wasn't like actually, doing it. I had like no experience, especially in a professional environment. And so now to like listen to that stuff, it's like, oh, look at that. Listen to that. That's panned whole left. Look at that thing's hard left. How about that? Well, listen to that. I didn't realize they were doing that. All right. Look at that. All right. Anyway, thanks for hanging out for this. I'm going to play it one more time. I'm going to turn the volume down. I was listening to that loud. I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit and then, listen to it one last time. I kind of want, I guess I should probably listen to it without the sub pack on. I just love the sub pack so much. I do need to turn the sub pack down a little bit. It's pretty hot. Oh, there we go. That's much better. It was kind of hot and I couldn't really turn it much down. I was okay with that, but anyway, I'll play it one more time. I'm going to take off for the night. And so as far as like schedule, so for sure Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll do some production. And I have a to-do list of things that I need to work on before the next stream. I need to move that camera for sure. And then there were a couple other little loose ends. Change that thing. Yeah, there's a couple other things I got it written down. I'm just trying to think if I can give you anything for sure as far as like next stream, if I'll stream tonight. I just don't want to, like, I'm super stoked to be streaming and I want to do it as much as humanly possible. I just want to make sure that we're really good to go for the live music shows at the end of the week and the production streams and stuff. And I did get all the CDs out. I will get Zoda Siegel's CD out, and somebody else won too. And whoever else won tonight, somebody else won a giveaway. But I'll get those out tomorrow with all the other CDs. I'll just do those real quick and get those out with everybody else's. Everybody else's is ready to go. So I don't really have anything to do on that end, but I'll see how I feel tomorrow when I wake up. And I may take the day off and do that stuff on the list and just take it easy. But if I wake up tomorrow and I'm feeling like amped and I want to go into the next song and I'm ready to go and I just can't take it anymore, then I'll hit up the Discord and I'll mention it in the Discord if I'll do a stream tonight. And if I am going to do a stream tonight, it'll be production. We'll go into production. I really want to. I'm really like torn on the fence. That's why I can't give you anything definite right now. It really depends on that list of stuff that I have to do. But I really, really shouldn't delay on that list of stuff. I should really get those things tied up before we move on. But I'm so hyped to keep moving. I mean, that was the whole thing. I want to really move on this album. I really want to get her done. I want to kick out some jams and like get it rolling. And like one's done. And so it is now Sunday. So we technically did it in a week. It technically was a week because we did Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday shows. And now we've done Sunday and finished it up. And so like if I could get a head start on song 2 and have song 2 done by Wednesday, and that way we could do a live show on Thursday. I guess I should think of it like that. I really would like to do a live show on Thursday as opposed to pushing production into Thursday. Especially since there's so many more albums to get tip top before everything's back on track. Yeah. So, yeah, the more I think about it, the more I'm leaning toward I'd really like to just keep moving. And so maybe I will stream tonight. Maybe we'll start song 2 tonight. I've been having a couple ideas float in and out as far as like where to go on this next part. Thinking about almost doing like a complete 180, but what that means, we shall see. But yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think that if I've got the energy and the enthusiasm to do it, you might as well take advantage of that, you know? But I'll know for sure when I wake up. I'm going to crash out and then I'll wake up in the morning and I'll know for sure whether or not that's feasible. Because maybe I can do that listed to do stuff early and then just get on and do some production. So I'd say on the scale of whether or not a production stream is going to happen tonight, it's leaning toward yes, but it's possible that might change. Anyway, let's listen to this one more time and then I'm going to cruise. But thanks for hanging out tonight. This was fun. I mean, I'm stoked to be on the way now. It's awesome. Let me save it. Make sure we're saved here. There we go. Indeed, Cowbobs, they will. They will. It's so funny how that tuba sounds like when you don't have the first attack, it sounds almost like an electrical hum. Hey, speaking of that, I was going to ask you guys, does anybody in here ever hear the hum? If you know, you know. But I saw something about it. And I thought, I saw somebody post about it somewhere. And I thought, you know, that's interesting. I feel like I've heard something like that before. And I let it kind of register in my head. And then twice now, kind of 3 times, but twice now. Last night, it was crazy. After I got off stream last night, it was like vibrating. It wasn't even like just like a low hum, like a diesel engine, like in a parking lot somewhere nearby. It was like an actual like reverberation. And nobody knows what it is. Only 2% of people hear it. And I don't like the first time I heard it after I was like aware that other people heard it, I was kind of freaked out by it. And I was like, man, like, what is that? And I've kind of let it go now because it's like, it totally could be physiological. Like it could be, and it also could just be some sort of weird sense that like, that we have sort of been like evolving, or maybe just like something that we have where we kind of can pick up like very low frequency vibrations, or, you know, and like maybe it's like radio or whatever. I don't know. Maybe it's something that it's like we can sense it, but it's just like you just can't tell what it is. But I hear it. I definitely hear it. And yeah, maybe it's just in my head. Maybe it's in all of our heads who hear it. Maybe it's just in our head, but maybe it is something. Maybe it's like a wave. Maybe it's waves. Because I mean, you know, it's like technically we only hear 20 cycles. We can only hear down to 20 cycles a second. But I mean, it's like you can feel less than that, you know? It's like just because you don't hear it with your actual ear hairs doesn't mean you can't feel vibrations that are lower than that. And who knows? I mean, it's like there are a lot of highways and lots of cars drive on highways, and the way cars vibrate on highways and the way that vibrates into the ground and the way vibrations can travel through the ground. And I mean, like, who knows? It could be that. It could be farms with like large ventilation fans reverberating over large spaces. It could be diesel trains that, like, somebody said that diesel trains are known to like park for long periods of time, like hours at a time with their engines running. And so like if you have train tracks nearby, which the vast majority of people have train tracks at least somewhat nearby, then it could be that. It could be any myriad of things. I don't think it's aliens, and I don't think it's some sort of underground top secret military base. I don't think it's those two things. But it's something. It's something. It's definitely something. Whether it's in my head and in everybody's head who hears it, or if it's like an actual real thing. But I've never heard of anybody like, there was one news article I saw where people heard it and then like some factory shut down and it stopped. And it was because they were using some sort of machines or something in the factory, and like it was a hum that was heard locally. And then it stopped after the factory shut down. But there's way too many other stories of people hearing a hum for it to be like, you know, factories or whatever. I mean, maybe it is. Who knows? I don't know. I've kind of come to terms with it though. I just think it's interesting at this point. It's just super interesting. Like, cause some nights I hear it. I really hear it. And I'm just like, what is that? But I've never heard of anybody actually being able to drive and track it down and say like, oh, that's it. Like, I've never seen any story like that. It's crazy. But Crocky, you said you hear it. It just might be the hum of the earth. Could be. Yeah. Could be space though. Could be. I mean, we get battered by solar radiation constantly. I mean, it could literally be like our magnetosphere like vibrating with like the sun's cosmic rays. Like it could be, well, the cosmic rays are from the cosmos. So the sun's rays, the sun's radiation, who knows? I mean, it could be any of those things. It's just weird that we don't know. That's what's really strange, is like what you can find on it is people say that they hear it, but then you don't hear, there's no like science. There's nothing of people being like, yeah, this is what it is. Like we have found out what it is. It's like, we don't know. That's what's super crazy. It's like, if you hear it, it's like, what is it? It's definitely something, whether it's physiological or whether it's actually a vibration that's happening. And it's just hard to say. But yeah, I definitely hear it. Constantly, Crocky says. What's going on, Crocky? How you doing? But yes, is it the space hum? I mean, I think that's another name for it. Random ringing. I think that might be tinnitus. And have you tried tinnitus? I hear strange noise. The diesel engine comment is familiar. Yeah. Yet I look outside and there's nothing. Yeah. Exactly. It's that. It's like, it sounds like there's a diesel engine running, and it's like maybe like a block away in a parking lot. Like that's what it kind of sounds like. Or like maybe construction is going on far away, like a mile away or something like that. And I've heard some of the anecdotal stories I've heard is that you can drive away from it. Like people have been able to get away from it. Like if they drive away from like a city or a suburb or something. And that's why I'm thinking, I wonder if it's just like, if there's some sort of like reverberating like ambient noise from just the sound, the noise of like urban areas and like cars and machines and air conditioners and all of that noise creates this like weird compound, like overarching reverberation. And like it becomes uniform, or it seems like it has a pattern when you hear it, even though it's not really a pattern, but it like starts to replicate a pattern that you can like pick up. I mean, that could totally be it too. But then I've heard about people like in the middle of nowhere, like also hear it. So if they're like, and you're like in the middle of the woods, you can hear it sometimes too. So it's like, I don't know. It's super weird. What's up, Rob? How's it going? Blindness in the house. What's up, Blindness? Soul Do, how you doing? How you doing? Yeah, you can Google the hum, and yeah, it's got some interesting stuff on there. French scientists now say that the hum is caused by continuous waves causing the ocean floor to vibrate, a sound which apparently only 2% of the population can detect. French scientists now say the hum is caused by continuous waves causing the ocean floor to vibrate. That could be it. That could be it. I mean, there are reports of it happening in the middle of the country, so I don't know how far those waves go, if those are caused by the ocean. And the like, I mean, unless it's like the plates moving, because if it's the plates moving, there is a lot of pressure from ocean water. It's incredibly heavy and it's putting a lot of pressure on the crust of the earth. So it's certainly possible, I guess, that it's like pushing on the plates and causing the plates to kind of like grind and vibrate. It could be the ocean. Yeah, I could see that for sure. Got me reading now. There are vibes everywhere. It could be a certain kind of rock that's around. I imagine most people can hear things when they're not distracted by the rest of our lives. Yeah, totally. Like the first time I heard it after I'd been kind of like reading about it and stuff, like I couldn't sleep very well. Like it totally kept me up. And then the second time I was like, oh, there it is. And I just kind of was like, if you don't really focus on it, it kind of just bleeds into the background. But it's super weird. It's just so weird. It like, if you let yourself get kind of just carried away thinking about it, you can kind of drive yourself crazy, just like trying to think like, what could that possibly be? Because it's there, it's definitely there. When like, it's one of those things. It's like Ellie from Contact. She knows she took that trip. She knows she took it. And she doesn't care if anybody believes her. It's like, that's what you feel when you hear it. You're just like, I know I'm hearing that. Like that is a thing that I am hearing right now. Yeah, it's crazy. It's super weird. It's definitely weird. Anyway. Very nice, Noaked. Very nice. Take it easy, Oniera. Thanks for hanging out. Speaking of Hum, they released my candidate for Album of the Year. Is Hum a band? I didn't know that. That's awesome. That's an awesome name. That's such a perfect name. Like water waves or sound waves? And if it's sound waves, where would they originate? Light waves? What does that even mean? I don't even know. Quite possible, quite possible, but it's such a low frequency reverberation. I feel like typically when you lose hearing, it's like the higher frequencies that you lose. And that's where you get tinnitus and you get like a ringing in your ear. I mean, I know tinnitus is different for everybody, so it could be totally different for you and anybody. But when I hear that, whatever that is, that hum or whatever it is, it's definitely like an extremely low frequency reverberation. And it's definitely not tinnitus, because I get tinnitus. I don't have chronic tinnitus, but I definitely like, there are nights where it's like I'm trying to sleep and I definitely have like a ring. And I do that method where I saw it on a YouTube video where you put your hands on the back of your head and then you put your fingers on top of each other. You put your fingers on top of each other like this, and then you flick your fingers down on the back of your head. Do that like 20 times, 50 times, and it like shakes your head. And I think it like does something to like the bones in your ears or something like that. But you really, you do it like you kind of like pop your fingers onto the back of your head and hold. I can't do it because I have the headphones on, but like you hold your hands on the back of your head and then you flick your fingers and pop the back of your head like 20 times, 50 times, a bunch of times. And then I definitely, it doesn't happen for everybody. I think it's about 50% effective, depending on like 50% of people it's effective for. And And for me, it is effective because like I do it and then like the ringing is going and then the ringing goes like, it goes away. Like the ringing drones off. And so it does work for me. So it does work for some people. And I'm definitely one of them. But for like half people, I don't think it works. I hear the buzz of everything in my office. If I focus in, it's annoying. The buzz out in nature is more pleasant. Indeed. No atoms are ever fully at rest unless it's absolute zero, and sound is a wave that travels through matter. So if everything is always vibrating, and that's how we perceive sound, it makes sense that all kinds of stuff could combine and contribute in interesting and weird ways. Yeah, totally. The theories range from motorway noise to the moans of tormented souls in hell. Yeah, I recommend you try it, Box. It definitely worked for me. 90% shoegaze. They toured with Smashing Pumpkins. This year was their first in about 20 years. Holy moly. Yeah, feel free to slam a link over in the Discord. I'll check it out if you haven't already. Hey, by the way, since I'm here, if you want physical CDs, there's the store, digital, Bandcamp. And if you have not seen the Holding On music video, check it out. I made it in Blender. Had a blast making that video. I'm going to be doing more stuff in Blender for sure. If I don't do it for the whole album, which, you know, it's a lot of work, so that might not happen, but I'm definitely going to do it for at least a song or two on this album. I'll do a couple music videos and I'll make them in Blender and stuff. Undecided if I'm going to stream the process because I find myself when I use Blender, I'm doing a lot of stopping and starting, watching a lot of tutorials, doing a lot of learning because I'm still really, really inexperienced with Blender. So I don't know how that would work with streaming. I mean, my whole thing with streaming now is like I want it to be completely original content. So I don't want to be like watching YouTube videos or listening to music or, you know, doing any of that stuff like on stream. And because it's such a risk now. So that I'll have to think about it and see. But I mean, I can definitely see myself at some point in the future once I have a really, really good handle on Blender and keep getting better and better. I could totally see myself making stuff on stream too. But there are some great creators out there that do YouTube videos, do content on Blender, on live streaming and stuff. And so there's not a shortage of amazing artists out there that do great work. But it's so much fun. It's so much fun. Blender is so awesome. Oh, it's so awesome. Can create whole worlds. It's so cool. So yeah, let's listen to this one more time. I hope I didn't freak anybody out with the hum story. You can't unhear it, but super weird. But anyway, let's listen to this one more time, and then I'm going to call it a night. And then hopefully, you know, get some good sleep. And tomorrow I'll wake up and I'll be stoked, and we can do a production stream tomorrow night after I take care of some behind the scenes stuff. Anyway, so here we go. Have we named this? Who took a fall and made you a god, as if 1,000 turns of chance wasn't enough? A 1,000 turns of chance? If nothing but to build an ark, you could have been in the dark. Oh, in the dark. Yeah, it's look at Socks. Socks like said the words as I was thinking them. That's amazing. Yeah, in the dark, of course. Yeah, because that's how it kind of ends. In the dark. That's right. Absolutely. Hell yeah. That's what this is called. In the dark. Very nice. Sounds like we need to call it the hum. I heard one time like an airplane without any cloud in the sky was loud and so obvious sound. I'm not crazy, but I think I was alone and I couldn't confirm it. That's totally sounds like it could be like what we're talking about. Absolutely. I've heard the thing. You know what I mean? I've heard it. I can tell you for sure. I've heard it at least on 4 occasions because I heard it way back when, and then I read about it and I was like, I think I've heard something like that. And then I've heard it 3 times since then. The first time I couldn't hardly sleep because it was freaking me out. The second time I heard it and I was like, well, there it is again. I guess I'm just going to accept that it exists. And then I heard it last night after the stream. And last night it was really weird because last night it was like a reverberation. It was like going like, except it was extremely low and deep, and it wasn't like audible. It was like feelingable. It was so low. I mean, it was just like, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. Maybe it's physiological. Maybe it's biological. Maybe from having the in-ears in my ears for 6 hours and doing a music stream, maybe my brain and my ear bones were just like being freaking out, you know? Who knows? It's just madness playing in my head, figuratively and literally. All right, let's check this out one more time. Then I'm gonna cruise. Thanks for hanging out, everybody.
You could have been a shooting star. A million turns of chance and just a start. If for nothing but to build an ark. A trillion supernova in the
Yeah, I'm hyped. I want to start the next one now. This is a good sign. Killer. Oh, man. Hell's yes, man. Yes. Thank you all so very much. I can't even tell you how much I appreciate the good vibes. Awesome. Yeah, so yeah, I think we're gonna have to I think we're gonna have to do a production stream tonight. So I'm gonna make a mastering comp of my stuff, of my songs. And then the first thing we'll do tonight is I'll just do a quick spot check master of this, and I'll render it out and throw it in the Discord, and you can download it if you want. And then we'll just move on to the next one. So that's really literally the only thing left to do on this one for now. I mean, I'm sure that as I listen to it more and revisit it and stuff like that, basically the process will be producing all the songs and getting them kind of as good as they can be in a timely fashion, you know, to get them to keep moving. And then when the whole album is produced, then we'll sort of go into like a post-production thing for like about a week or so probably, and just go back through, listen to everything, just make sure everything's tip top. And then as soon as that's done, then I'll do a final mastering. That'll take probably like a day or two and a few more listens, and then it'll be done. And then I'm thinking probably, I don't know how long this is going to take. So this one, like if we did a song a week, which I think that's reasonable. I think 2 songs a week would be kind of crazy, especially with this kind of production where we're using like tons of layered vocals and we're doing a lot of pitching. And a lot of layered tracks on this stuff. I just don't see doing something of quality like that and like that fast, like multiple songs per week. If I was only producing, then maybe, but I want to keep doing the live shows too. So I think 1 a week is totally reasonable. So we'll be done with this in like 12 weeks with production. Then we'll probably spend another couple weeks just tip topping it up, and then it'll be done. And then probably after that, 1 of 2 things will happen. Either I'll want to go heavy into Blender and make some like music videos for a couple of the top tracks. That's probably what will happen. And then after that, we'll probably do music. We'll keep doing music shows for a bit. I'll take a hiatus from producing, and then I'll stream some games or something too. Like take a break, do the live music shows for sure. I want to keep those going regardless. Definitely Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But then maybe during the week, I'll do some gaming or something like that. So that'll be the outlook over the next few months, and that's solid. That's it. That's that. But yeah, super stoked. We never got a release of the Red Caboose. Well, I want to do a whole kids album at some point, someday that will happen, and I think the Caboose song will be on there, along with the Bonkers and the Slimy Fish and the Scruffy Bear. And what else was there? The Hungry Pelican. The Hungry Pelican. And there was one more, right? Was there one more? Oh, Nobody Likes Me Because of My Smell, But I Cannot Help Being a Skunk. Definitely that one as well. I'll never make it as a cat with this gas. Oh, gosh. Good times. Yeah. But I think there's 5 of them, and then I got to do 5 more. Like a 10 song kids album. Yeah, we'll do that at some point for sure. That's definitely going to happen at some point. It's on the back burner for now, but it will happen. For reals. Whoa, that's the farthest out plans I've had all year. Well, what's funny is like I'm trying not to be too crazy. Oh, I didn't see these questions. This might be a silly question, but I've been wondering, is there a place where all the song lyrics are for what you've written? Most of them. I think if you go to Genius, I think on Genius, most of them are there. Piano Fuels Volume 3 is the album the piano record I just came out with a couple months ago. And I don't think I did the lyrics for those. I should though. I will. I shouldn't say I should. I will do those. That's definitely on the to-do list. But I think all the other records, the lyrics should be up on Genius. And then what was Proper asked a question about sad music, like Proper said. I feel like, let me think, sad music. I feel like Hope has some sad music on it. That's funny. The album named Hope has some sad music. And what other is, if you're looking at, I think Fine. I think there's some sadness. I think there's some melancholy in Fine. Like Dreams of a Sellout has some sadness in it. Rivals has some sadness in it. I like to try to have a nice balance of the emotional range in my music. But yeah, I think Circles has some anger, maybe some masked sadness, some anger. And then Hype doesn't really have too much sadness. Hype is more chill. Well, I guess if we're doing this on the catalog, we might as well finish them out. Fire? Is there any sadness on Fire? Not really. Fire's not that sad. Home has some sadness, I'd say. Circles is 50% yelling, 50% angst. That's right. That's exactly right. I was listening to that. I was doing like yard work or something, and I was listening to Circles a couple months ago. And man, It's just some of those vocal takes, man. I'm just like, dude, I used to be in that total mindset where I was just like, I'll probably never perform this. It's fine if I scream as absolutely hard as I possibly can 17 times to get the perfect take and then forget about it. Oh my God. You're kidding me. You did not just raid us. Holy God. Oh, Larry Bug. Oh my God. Oh my God. What are the odds? Computer raid alert. What is going on here? Well, she would know. She would know. You have an ad. Oh no. Oh my God. Well, welcome everybody. Thanks for coming on by with the raid. Larry Bug, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. If you guys don't already follow Larry Bug, do it now. What's going on? Welcome. I was actually just going to get off stream, but since you're here, I mean, I guess I could play the new song. You want to hear Yeah, I just killed my mic. Sorry. You want to hear world exclusive new music? The elevator music of the week. No, let me go back here. So we were just doing some production. We just finished the new song. It's actually the first song on the new album. Anyway, my name's Monty. This is Scene of Action. We kick out jams late in the week, do production and stuff like that early in the week. And you happen to be at a production stream now that you've just rated. Thank you for coming on by. Welcome. Yeah, we got lights, multicam set up, all the things with the deals. Let me see if I got this set up there. Oh yeah, let me go back to the cams. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, look at that. It's got the, hello. We got the DAW there and everything. Check that out. What's this? Cowbobs has given 333 gifted subs in this channel. Holy moly. It's to Larry Bug. That's 4 months right there. Larry Bug. I don't know if you went for the 4th time.
Year of Cowbobs!
It's a third of a rotation. Cowbobs, thank you so much for coming in with yet another gifted subscription. Feels good. Much appreciated indeed. Indeed. Welcome back for 4 months. Thank you again to Cowbobs for that. Much appreciated. So I do live music and stuff like that, but then I also produce everything that I play live on stream too. So here's what the?
Open up the floodgates!
Oh my God. Oh my God. How many was that? 17? Let's just call it a 20. Holy moly.
Year of Cowbobs!
We got some gifted subs rolling in, everybody.
Year of Cowbobs!
I hope you're ready to get some gifts. Hey, Dirk, Drop Pizza, Dr. Tim, Dai, Elbaco, El Chaka, Epic Nightmare. Once in a lifetime, the opportunity to subscribe for the first time comes around. And Cowbobs is just taking that opportunity for you. Did Larry Bug just come in with a 10 subscriber? Subscribers power the channel, and you are all now doing that.
Year of Cowbobs!
Hold on, I gotta scroll.
Open up the floodgates!
Give me one moment here. We got 2 months rolling in for E-Way, for Sobrigo, for Doc Holiday, Oh Jonas.
Open up the floodgates!
2 months for all of you.
Year of Cowbobs!
Vinicius, 3 months for you, and Cart 5, 3 months as well.
Year of Cowbobs!
Holger, 4 months for you.
Year of Cowbobs!
And then it looks like we have the Vogfather and Nacho Tornado. Tell us the name.
Year of Cowbobs!
9 months. Cowbobs. Dropping 17 gifted something. Feels good. Much appreciated, Cowbobs. Thank you.
Year of Cowboys! Yes!
We got a 10 subscriber gifted bundle rolling in right now. Care of Lori Bung. My God. Hey, Ditassian Taco, Deepnet, Digio, Disgustipated. That's the most ridiculous name ever. DJ Nerdo, Darkness, Don't Do It Dan, Dowthink, and Doc Mitch. I'll feel my head. Subscribers power the channel, and you were all not doing that. Lori Bug! And then with all those new subscription, we got a 3-month resubscription, Care of Larry Bug, for Alexei Forrest. Larry Bug, thank you so much. Coming in with that 10 subscriber gifted one. Much appreciated indeed. Thank you very much. You've put us over the edge. It looks like we're going to be doing 3 giveaways right now. Holy moly. Computer, it's giveaway time. Well, hey, if you're new to the channel, we're doing a giveaway. Hold on, I'm getting my thing set up real quick here. That's not the username. That's not the keyword. Hold on. It is not alter. It is CL in honor of Cowbobs and Larry Bug, making all of these giveaways possible of their own volition. We're doing a giveaway for 20, a 30, and a 40. So we're doing 3 giveaways right now. If you win, you'll be able to choose from Circles, Hype, Home, Hope, High, Fire, Album Unknown, Fine, Piano Fields Volume 2 or 3. It'll be signed, it'll be shipped anywhere in the world where you are. You do have to play if you want to win. You got to be here if you want to play. That's 1 for 2. Let's make it 2 for 2, baby. Circles, really aggressive rock. Hype, more like chill pop. Home is a mix of the two. Hope is more of like a prog rock sci-fi album, as well as High, but it's a little more aggressive. Fire is kind of a straight-ahead rock album. Album Unknown goes with PUBG. If you play PUBG, start the album when your match timer's at 30 seconds, and the album goes with you for your whole ride to your chicken dinner. Fine is more of a chilled-out pop album with some elements of rock, and then Piano Fields Volumes 2 and 3 are exactly what it sounds like. 1 piano, 1 vocal, super chill. And that's all the available albums. Also, if you choose Circles, it's a really straight-ahead aggressive rock record, and it's got the most newest 2020 single, Holding On, as well. And those are the options. Good luck, everybody. Let's do this. Computer award. Scene of Action presents an association with
Fields Productions.
It's the Never Be Afraid Award.
And it goes to another flag. Gosh.
Congratulations to our first of 3 winners. Look who it is. Caspow. If you just won yourself a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world, congratulations, Caspow. Can't win if you don't play, can't play if you're not here. So thanks for being here and congrats. I am sending you a link right now. Congrats. This form. Shouldn't get the spam. It should be fine. We have a second winner rolling in right now. One Grasping Vine. You just won yourself a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. I am going to send you a whisper. Go ahead and click it, and the rest will be taken care of. All right, here we go. Let's see. I just got to change the thing. Twitch thinks I spam, so I got to change the language. Congrats on the win. There we go. There it is. You should have just gotten that. And we have a third and final winner. Do you feel lucky? Soul Dude! You just won yourself a signed copy of a CD of your choice shipped anywhere in the world. Congratulations, Soul Dude. Can't win if you don't play. Can't play if you're not here. So thanks for being here. I'm going to send you a link right now, and the rest will be taken care of. There it is. Go ahead and click that, and the rest will be taken care of. Let me know if any of you did not get your link, and I'll get that back out to you. It's been a little weird lately. But anyway, Larry Bug, Cowbobs, thank you very, very much for that incredibly generous support, making those giveaways possible. Holy moly. Let me just switch this thing here. There it is. And welcome, everybody. If you're new to the channel, thank you for the follows rolling in. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. So, yeah, let's check out this newest song. I'm gonna going to play this little tune for you. And then maybe we can go to a, wait, what's the deal here? Let's play this. Yeah, is it playing? No, it's not playing. Okay, now it's playing. All right. There you go. Then maybe we can go to a gnarly Larry Bug Montego scene of action raid. Congrats on counting to 3. I know. I'm working. I'm trying my hardest. I'm trying to make a difference in this new era of scene of action. And I think that that's just one step and many to come. Thank you. All right. So this is the newest song. We just finished it tonight. Here you go. Check it out. Yeah. So if you just got a gift, or you're newly subscribed, or you're a longtime subscriber, definitely check out the Discord, because we always upload the newest song when it's done, and this song is pretty much done. Tonight I'm going to do a quick master on it when I first get on, make sure the bass isn't out of control, and then I'll upload it to the sub only section of the Discord, and you can pick it up if you like it. Of course, physical CDs are available at madebymonty.com, and the digital copies of all the albums can be streamed at Bandcamp or any of your favorite digital distributors. Thanks again to Larry Bug for the raid. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody hanging out tonight. Super good times. Super happy to get a song finished. Super happy to get moving on the next stuff. It's going to be good times. Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, live shows. I did say Saturday night, whatever. It's fine. And then we'll be doing production the rest of the week. So maybe we'll see you again, all right? Let's see what's going on with the things and the deals with the peoples who do the stuff. You have to have your Twitch and Discord linked. If you are a subscriber here, yes, you have to link your Discord with your Twitch.
to make sure that you can get into the subsection of the Discord. And then it will be waiting for you tonight as soon as I'm done with it, once I get on. Oh, dude, this dude's on. He is such an incredible cello player. Oh my God, he's so good. Please, please, please stick around. Like, this guy is so legit. His name is Zanby. He is so good. We are totally rating him right now. Definitely come by. Excellent, excellent musician here on the Twitchiverse. Hey, thanks for hanging out today. Have a great rest of your day, and you know, whatever you're doing, wherever you're going, whatever's going on, always remember, never be afraid. I'll see you next time. Yeah, if anything changes, I'll hit up the Discord, but I'm looking forward. I think tonight should be on. So I'll see you then, yeah. Have a good day, everybody. Bye.